The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome everybody to another episode of Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statements, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. It's where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we're going to move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop a Q&A in the live chat for you guys, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps will take priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free one. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless. Today's debate prompt, the Iran war is justified. And for the affirmative, we have Counterpoints. He operates multiple YouTube channels, including Counterpoints 40K, where he breaks down Warhammer lore and sci-fi weaponry. and also Counterpoints Politics, where he engages in political debate and works to build a centrist coalition. Those and much more. So make sure you guys go check him out. The links are in the description. So go show some support. And for the negative, we have Casey Lee making his debut on Swords of Reason tonight, known for hot topic discussions and frequent panel debates. Casey Lee is an independent media creator, a software developer, finance nerd, and a corn advocate. Meaning he can code your app, explain your portfolio, and get your browser history question all in one sitting. All right. And you can find his links in the description. So make sure you give him a welcome to the Swords of Reason. With that being said, we're going to move right into opening statements. So Counterpoints, whenever you're ready for your opening, I will start the timer with your voice.
Yes. So I very much doubt I'm going to need the full 10 minutes. I think I forwarded my perspective in the past. The Iran war, I think, is there's plenty to criticize. So, for instance, I don't think Donald Trump is the man to execute it. I think that the way that they prosecute it, it's dubious whether or not we're going to be able to change the results. But that doesn't change my moral calculus, and therefore whether or not the objectives of the war are just and therefore should be pursued either through soft power or hard power. As Clausewitz would say, war is just diplomacy by other means. So when it comes to the moral case for war, obviously there's a host of frames that we could go through. But the main one that I would go through is we either believe in free societies or we don't. And either American conceptions of liberal democracy and republicanism are either universal goods or they're not. I happen to think that freedom of speech, freedom of conscience are good, not just in the United States of America or in Western Europe, but they're good across the planet. I happen to think that the Second Amendment right to self-defense is not just good in the United States of America. It would be good if most countries viewed self-defense as a human right. I don't view the Fourth, Eighth, or 14th Amendments as solely American goods in reference to the concepts of due process, rule of law, equality before the law, et cetera, et cetera. I think the world would be a better place if they followed these conceptions as well within their own constitution. I do not accept the fact that a country being far away changes these moral calculuses. I think that the reason why we have allied with the Gulf states, despite them routinely violating these conceptions, is that obviously they're sitting on a third of the world's oil, and we are culturally and diplomatically pushing them towards our worldview. And you could actually see, particularly with the Crown Prince MBS, some social, cultural, and economic reforms that seem to be Americanism piercing into the Gulf states, which I would view as a positive development. I would also view the Abraham Accords, as much as I criticize Donald Trump and think he's a dirtbag and a dummy and an idiot, and I also criticize the corruption of the Trump family. I do think that Jared Kushner negotiating the Abraham Accords and bringing Israel and the Gulf states into some level of geopolitical alignment was positive. So if there are people who are outside of the Western conception of liberal democracy and republicanism, it's kleptocratic and oligarchic Russia. It is state capitalist, quote unquote, socialist China. It's also theocratic, authoritarian Iran. And it was also socialist Venezuela, although it seems like while we haven't achieved regime change in Venezuela, we obviously kidnapped their leadership and bent them slightly to our will. So I view that as a long-term project as well. So I'm happy to hear in this debate, criticisms of the way that we're prosecuting the war. We can talk about American war crimes. We can talk about meddling. We can talk about whether or not it is our right and duty to control the world's energy supply. We can talk about socialism versus theocracy versus capitalism, and which one do any of these philosophies, economic philosophies and political systems, have any claim to the planet. I'm happy to talk about all of that. But if you just criticize the stupidity of the Trump administration, we're probably not going to have very much to talk about, just because I'm probably going to concede all of that territory. So that's about 4 minutes. That's all I need. Let's take it from there.
All right. Thank you for that opening. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to you, Casey. Whenever you're ready for your opening, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. I wanted to talk about terrorism, and seeing as that is often brought up with regards to Iran, especially from our good allies, our friends in Israel, a history of terrorism, and then maybe we could decide if that all that human rights talk that we just heard was actually just bullshit. Let's start in 1944. In August, the Lehi, a Zionist militia group, attempts to assassinate the British High Commander of Palestine. In November 6th of that year, it succeeds in assassinating the highest ranking British representative in the Middle East, Lord Moyne. This would be during World War II, by the way, during World War II, while the British were fighting the Nazis. After the war ends, it gets worse. The Aragon in 1946, another Zionist paramilitary group, bombed the British embassy in Rome. A nice fuck you. Thanks for freeing us from fascism. June 1946, Zionists conduct attacks on 8 major railroads and bridges in Palestine. In July, an Aragon that blows up the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, which housed the British civilian administration. 91 civilians dead. Later that year, a car filled with explosives is driven into the British administrative headquarters in Haifa, and what is referred to as the Sergeant Affair. Several British sergeants are kidnapped as leverage should the British undertake reprisals, which they did. Thus, the soldiers are found hanging in a tree. The location, however, was booby-trapped. Nice. Dozens more of that in the late 40s. We'll skip over. The Irgun, along with the Lehi militias, are later incorporated into the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces. Manak Begin, the head of the Irgun, is a later member of the Israeli Knesset and Prime Minister of Israel in the 1970s. And concerning the Lehi, a professor of Tel Aviv University writes, quote, their publications often contained references to the Jewish master race, contrasting the Jewish with Arabs who were seen as a nation of slaves. The Lehi advocated mass expulsion of all Arabs from Palestine and Transjordan, or their physical annihilation. To the Lehi, the British presence was seen as an obstacle to these ends. The Lehi, commander of European operations in the late 1940s, Yakov Eliev, described in his memoir his meeting with scientists in Paris who provide the group with cultures of cholera and typhus. The intention, Eliev writes, was to dump the bacteria into the London reservoir to cause a massive epidemic, forcing the British to withdraw from mandatory Palestine. French intelligence arrests Lehi operatives in London with a large amounts of explosives. The plot to cross the channel and poison London's water supply isn't apparent until decades later when the memoirs are published. Today, the Lehi is an honorable award given out in the IDF. Its then leader, Itzhak Shamir, was the 7th Prime Minister of Israel, serving multiple stints, the last being as recently as the 1990s. 1946, of course, was the Nakba, thousands killed, massacred, and 750,000 displaced Palestinians now reside in the West Bank, Gaza, and South Lebanon. On to the 1960s. The Lavon Affair. What's the Lavon Affair? Well, that would be a false flag operation where the Jews in Egypt were recruited to help the Mossad bomb American and British installations, targeting cinemas, libraries, and American education centers, to be blamed on the Muslim Brotherhood. Citing Israeli historian now, Sebtai Teveth, quote, the idea was to undermine American and British confidence in the Egyptian regime, to generate public insecurity and public unrest, followed by demonstrations to lead to eventual acts of revenge, all while concealing Israeli involvement. 1967, Israel launches a surprise attack on Egypt, its neighbors to the east, in what later is called the Six-Day War, on the outside of which a jet with its country of origin markings removed, later identified as an Israeli Dassault Mirage 3, engaged in napalm bombings of the USS Liberty. The sailors report the second plane making strafing passes at American lifeboats, a war crime. 34 American soldiers would be killed by Israel and 171 injured. Following the Six-Day War, Israel is also in control of the West Bank, Gaza, as well as the Egyptian Sinai Peninsula. The United States facilitates Israel's return of the Sinai to Egypt, as part of which the U.S. agreed to provide massive, sustained financial, military, and technological aid to Israel, exceeding billions annually. It's 1960 or the 1970s, billions annually. These payments continue to this day. 1982. Israel had invaded Lebanon during an ongoing civil war in Lebanon. The reason for doing so was an assassination attempt blamed on the PLO, at the time Palestinian Liberation Organization, though it was later proven not affiliated with the PLO. Israel pushes north and holds outside of Beirut before eventually entering West Beirut on the 16th of September. This is the slums which many Palestinian refugees and the site of what is now called the Sabra and Shatila massacre. Between 2,000 and 3,500 civilians, mostly Palestinians and Lebanese Shias, are killed over the course of the next 2 to 3 days. Janet Lee Stevens, an American journalist, was present. She writes, quote, "I saw dead women in their houses with their skirts to their waists and their legs spread apart. Dozens of young men shot after being lined up against an alley wall. Children with their throats slit, a pregnant woman with her stomach chopped open, her eyes still wide open, her blackened face silently screaming in horror. Countless babes and toddlers who had been stabbed or ripped apart and who had been thrown into garbage piles." Janet, the journalist from Amnesty International, is later killed in a Beirut bombing. Later the year, the United Nations condemned the massacre and Israel in the resolution declaring the incident to have been an act of genocide. It also states that we affirm the nation of Israel to not be a nation of peace. The resolution passes 123 yeses, 0 no, 23 abstentions. The Nicaraguan delegate adds, quote, "It's difficult to believe that the people that suffered so much from the Nazi policies of extermination in the middle of the 20th century would use the same fascist, genocidal arguments and methods against other peoples." Before Israel had invaded Lebanon, there was not a thing called Hezbollah. And by 1985, Israel would be fighting the group as it attempted to hold portions of southern Lebanon, as Israel did. The day Israel pulled out completely became a national Lebanese holiday called the Resistance of Liberation Day. The Hezbollah would eventually fill 13 seats in the Lebanese parliament. In the 1990s, our friends Israel blackmailed our president, Bill Clinton, using secret recordings it had obtained of him and Monica Lewinsky. One specific ask was that we release the Israeli spy the Navy had arrested decades earlier. What great friends we have. Iran has never attacked the U.S. I'll say that again. Iran has never attacked the U.S. It's not planned to bomb U.S. facilities. It's not attacked Navy ships. It's planned false flag operations or otherwise. I suggest we do not to go far out of our way to protect Israel, a bad friend, a horrible ally, from the people they want oh so badly to genocide. Done.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get into the rebuttal round. Each side will have 5 minutes to respond directly to the opponent's opening statement. So we're going to hand the mic, back to Counterpoints. Counterpoints, whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused, but I'm sure we'll get into it in the general. Effectively, like 90% of your statement was Israeli early 20th century terrorism, the Nakba, the Liberty incident, the invasion of Lebanon, and the massacre committed by the Christian phalanges in the Sabra and Shatila massacre. And then like asymmetrical warfare and intelligence operations committed by Israel And then, the last like 10 or 20% of the statement was Iran has never attacked the United States. I don't think that's true. Now, you could say that we deserved it, I suppose. If you wanted to go that route, you could go with that. But obviously, during the Iranian Revolution, there were Americans that were killed and kidnapped during the revolution. That was a huge part of the negotiations, and the fall of Jimmy Carter was the attempt to rescue the hostages. And then the rise of Reagan was claimed to be partially responsible for the release of the hostages during that time. Not only that, we've had military conflicts with the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz and in the Persian Gulf before. We've had military beefs. I could even look up what led up to we've destroyed Iran's navy before. Arguably, the Iran-Iraq war, which immediately was after the Iranian Revolution, was fought in fear that the Iranians were going to steamroll Iraq and then go into Saudi Arabia. And, you can say, oh, well, Saudi Arabia isn't the United States and Iraq isn't the United States, but this is literally where 2/3 of the world's energy supply rests. So whether or not a regime hostile to the United States is, basically overthrows the Shah, and then basically 1/3 of the world's energy supply is no longer available to the Western world. We're currently fighting communism at that time. And then the military operations in the Iran-Iraq war basically could result in the destruction of Iraq and the invasion of Saudi Arabia. That's 2/3 of the world's oil supply. That's a huge fucking problem. And that was obviously like a massive proxy war that we fought for, I don't know, a decade. Further than that, during the Iraq war, the invasion in 2003, obviously the IRGC and the Mahdi militia, the Shiite militias in eastern Iraq, were supported by the Iranian regime. Not only that, but Bashir al-Assad was obviously a geopolitical rival of ours in the region that we wish to be deposed because he was an ally and proxy of Russia. The Iranians supported Hezbollah, Hamas, and Bashir al-Assad, and quite famously massacred tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people in the Syrian civil war. And then also not only that, but the Hazara militias in Afghanistan. The Hazara militias in Western Afghanistan, they speak Farsi. They're culturally parallel to, Persia or Iran. They were nowhere near as bad as the Taliban, to be clear, but there were Hazara militias that were anti-coalition during the Afghan conflict. So just to pretend, and here's the other thing too, like it almost feels like the argumentation leads up to, here's every crime that Israel has ever done. Iran, by comparison, has never attacked us. Therefore, they're good boys. Therefore, we shouldn't mess with them at all. And I think that's kind of like a goofy implication, particularly considering like with the recent military operation, which once again, I'll add the addendum. I think that Donald Trump and his administration have absolutely bungled, but they didn't attack just American bases and just Israeli bases, which I think would have been a sane and proportional response to the decapitation strikes that we did. What they did is they attacked 14 of their neighbors, including Azerbaijan. Like what the fuck did Azerbaijan do to them? So I really don't buy this Israel bad, Iran's a good boy narrative, but maybe we can explore some nuance in your rebuttal and the general. So I'm looking forward to that.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we'll hand the mic back to Casey. Casey, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, I'll help connect the dots. We have been told that we attacked Iran because Israel was going to, and we just had to join them. That's what we were told by the administration. We can give a lot of excuses for why we're attacking Iran, what we want out of the war or whatever, but I don't think these are reasons. I believe they're excuses. The reason I think is pretty clear. It's that Iran supports the people that Israel wants to genocide or remove from where they are at. they've been doing this for a long time, and they continue to do so. I don't have it in front of me. There's a quote in the late 1970s by Netanyahu that, like, if we get rid of the USSR, we'll have solved like terrorism. Like, or at the time the USSR was supporting the PLO. There was no Iran as we know it as a Muslim state or whatever. I think it's pretty obvious that the issue that Israel has is with people arming the people that they're trying to subjugate. Like, that's why we're attacking Iran. That's why I focused on our good friend Israel and all of their misdeeds. And I don't think that you gave any good example of Iran attacking the U.S. Yeah, you could say that while we invaded Iraq, like a lot of people are killing each other. Were some of them given arms by Iran, like what that may have ended up killing U.S. soldiers, like maybe, but with the underscore of they were mostly on our side in the Iraq War. They were the people that we put in charge are friends with Iran. They were mostly on our side. Did it ever happen? Like, maybe, but that's not Iran attacking the U.S. I don't know. You mentioned the Iraq-Iran war. That would be Iraq's invasion of Iran. I don't see how that is relevant. Yeah, yeah, the whole idea of the proxy idea, yeah, I feel like that's a main excuse for why we're doing, like one of the reasons. I'm not sure how I feel about people armed by blank are equals those people are the ones attacking. Are we attacking Russia because we're arming the Ukrainians? I think that because Russia attacked Ukraine, I think that fight would be happening anyway. So so they're not, I wouldn't call them proxies, although obviously we are helping them. I would say the same thing about Hezbollah. I would say the same thing about Hamas, that these people would be fighting Israel anyways. Israel really doesn't like when people give them weapons. Like, that's driving this foreign policy. I would say that it's destroying America. I would say it's throwing money away. It's that there is no good reasons for it. It is not because of democracy. It's not our spreading of democracy by bombing people. That's never been what we were doing. We weren't doing that in Afghanistan. It's not what we're doing in Iraq. It's not what we're doing now. There's reasons why we're not doing it in Saudi Arabia. The idea that the Saudi Arabia, my opponent mentioned that, like, that they're coming to like Western ideals or some shit like that. That they're the most hardened Muslim sect is Saudi Arabia's Wahhabism. They're not, they ain't Western at all. They're far less Western than Iran. Their government is far less democratic than Iran. Like, why aren't we bombing Saudi Arabia? Yeah, like, you get a lot of noise, you get a lot of excuses. So let's just talk about the actual reason why we're bombing Iran. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. That's going to wrap up the rebuttals and great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. And also, we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, video games, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in, because we have a lot more coming. And if you want to get yourself on Swords of Reason, head to discord.gg/bearcave, and you can message me or Tiny directly in there, and we'll get you set up. Also, for the live chat, after closing statements, we'll be doing a 30-minute Q&A. I've already put the Q&A there for you guys in the chat, but remember, super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, Rumble rants, these will get priority. So if it fills the whole 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get read. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of the priority options. We'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and sharing your perspective in the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start up this open floor exchange, go ahead and jump in, and I'll start the timer with your voice.
I want to submit the real reasons why we're doing this, because I think that was the thrust of what they were asking and stating. But there was also a few historical details that Casey scoffed at that I think are kind of silly and ahistorical. I can appreciate that Israel is motivated to attack Iran because there's a parallel between Iran and the USSR, where if they eliminate the states that are sponsoring even if you view the Palestine, like Hezbollah and Hamas, as freedom fighters, there's a logic to obviously eliminating their financial and logistical sponsors. You might not like that they want to do that, but that's obviously a rational motivation for a party. Now, one of the things that you just missed that I think is ahistorical and silly is you said that during the Iraq War in the 2000s that Iran wasn't involved in the training of militias that took on American forces. That's solidly ahistorical and very well documented. Muqtada al-Sadr, the Mahdi militia, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, basically training Shiite militias in eastern Iraq in order to not only fight Sunni jihadist organizations and Sunni militias, but also to attack American forces and expel them from the country. This isn't like a matter of debate. This is a matter of record. Not only was I alive at the time, I was in the fucking country at the time. The news stories are probably, you could just Google this concept, who Muqtada al-Sadr was and what his goals were, what the IRGC was doing in Iraq, the concept of explosively formed projectiles, and the Mahdi militia, and you would be able to understand what I'm talking about almost instantaneously. Now, you said the Iran-Iraq war wasn't relevant. Well, what I'm trying to point out to you is that there are certain ideologies that are combating for dominance on the world. Western liberal democracy and republicanism is one of the philosophies. Socialism and communism is another one. Arguably, Islamic theocracy is another one. And then I would say kleptocratic oligarchy is another one. So the Iran-Iraq proxy wars, you asked the question that I think is relevant, which was, are we attacking Russia via Ukraine? The answer is yes. And I think anybody who says no, that's a very silly analysis of geopolitical thought. Now, one last historical point, and then I'm going to reemphasize what I think is the reason why actually two, sorry. So you kind of scoffed when you said America is spreading democracy through violence, spreading through democracy through bombs. You might not have intended it, but your tone basically said that you were totally derisive of the concept. But if we look at South Korea, if we look at World War II and, post-World War II Europe, if we look at post-World War II Japan, if we look at what we were actually doing in Afghanistan and Iraq, it's actually quite clear that we spent billions, maybe even trillions of dollars over the past century spreading our ideology both through hard and soft power. So once again, that seems ahistorical. And then finally, this will be my last historical point before I say the two things, and then I'll be happy to hear a rebuttal. Saudi Wahhabism. Okay, MBS's father was the person who was famous for funding Wahhabist madrasas across the planet and enforcing an increasingly conservative worldview in reference to Islam. MBS has quietly decreased funding for said madrasas that were spread across the world, and he's also opened up his country to increasing amounts of American economic and cultural influence. So you're about a decade late with your talking points. So what do I think it's about? Because you presented what you think it's about. I'll present what I think it's about. I think it's about controlling the world's energy supply. That is a very important idea. And then it's about the nuclear balance of power. So the United States is not interested in Iran having nuclear weapons, because if they do, Saudi's going to get them. And if Saudi's going to get them, Oman's going to get them. And if Oman's going to get them, Bahrain's going to get them. And if Bahrain's going to get them, then the UAE's going to get them. And if UAE gets them, then Kuwait's going to get them. And then we have like a 10-way Mexican standoff with nuclear weapons where the parties who pull the triggers on nuclear weapons don't care whether or not they live or die. So it's about nuclear balance of power and controlling the world's energy supply. I'll shut up and listen to you for an extended period. Casey.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So the problems with that are primarily that these reasons are sort of added later. First of all, as I said, they told us why they attacked. Second of all, controlling the energy supply, that would we're not actually, when Trump says that we've accomplished all our goals, we're not controlling their energy supply. So it's weird that you say that's a reason, but Trump has already said that we've accomplished all the things and we didn't accomplish that. So I don't think that's a reason. As far as the nuclear thing, that's weird because our CIA, our head of intelligence, whatever Tulsi's role, whatever position is called, she says that Iran wasn't seeking a nuclear weapon. So that's weird. And also, we had previously been able to negotiate with Iran them not pursuing a nuclear weapon. The only reason that they had 80% uranium is because Trump ripped up the agreement so they couldn't do that. So then they were allowed to do that. Like, there's no reason to think that Iran can't be negotiated with, because they were negotiated with before. These are bad reasons that don't make any sense. If you want to stand on them, like, go ahead. So tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay, I'll be happy to. So, number one, Trump is a liar and an idiot. That's the first thing. So if Trump ever says, this is done, I won, we won bigly, it's beautiful, we accomplished everything we wanted to accomplish, if you can know the motherfucker is lying because he's breathing and he's talking. He is actually one of the most, he's almost a uniquely incompetent presidential figure in American history. It's actually mind-blowing how big this guy is, a retarded piece of shit. So number one, just take whatever Trump says and just like crumple it in a piece of paper and throw it the fuck away, because the guy is truly an idiot. Also, not just that, but there can be multivariable reasons for doing something. So for instance, if I go eat today and I want mac and cheese, well, maybe the reason why I want mac and cheese is because it's tasty, but maybe I also want carbs. Maybe I also want protein because I'm going to go lift weights even later. Maybe it's going to give me indigestion and that's going to make me upset and it's going to hurt my tummy. But realistically, I want the protein and the carbs more than I care about my stomach being upset. So just saying, I have one reason why something is happening and there can be no other reasons, that doesn't even logically follow. It doesn't even make sense. Then you said
there can be only no other reasons.
Well, okay. Well, I gave you two reasons, and I think they're perfectly rational, and I'll explain why momentarily.
I explained to you why they're not rational. We're not controlling their energy supply.
So you think the United States because DNI Tulsi Gabbard, a prominently known Russian, Iranian, and Assadist simp, says that the Iranians have designs to pursue a nuclear weapon, that's the end of the debate?
Yes, it's that the head of intelligence says that they were not decided to do that. Yes. She says that under
Director
oath
of National Intelligence,
yes.
Tulsi Gabbard, has been documented over the past decade for being a huge fan of Russian Today News and having a more than favorable perspective in reference to Bashar al-Assad, in reference to Iran, in reference to Russia. This is very well documented. So why would I trust DNI Tulsi Gabbard when effectively she is infinitely sympathetic to our rivals and enemies?
Yeah, she's the head of intelligence. She's reporting on what our intelligence says. Like, you don't want to believe her. You don't want to believe the people who decided to go to war.
Why does Iran, so like nuclear enriched material can be used for civilian reactor purposes at less than 10% enrichment. Why does Iran want 60% consistently? maintaining 60% enriched uranium stockpiles?
Obviously, they want the option. They want the option to be relatively close. What? Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that the Gulf states in the United States and Israel might not like that?
Yeah, well, they could remake the deal. They've already shown they're willing to make a deal. The only reason they did it
That
is
doesn't
because
answer my
Trump
question.
ripped up the
Do you
deal.
think that it's reasonable for the Gulf states, the United States, and Israel to care about whether or not Iran has 60 stockpiles of 60% enriched uranium? Is that a rational thing to care about?
Sure, they can care about it.
Okay, so basically the thing that you said was not a good reason, the nuclear balance of power in the Middle East and North Africa, actually is a good thing to care about. And it can be a partial motivation for why we're bombing Iran right now, yeah?
No, not when they've shown that they're willing to make a deal. And also, them doing that is entirely rational, given that we pressured Libya to give up their nuclear weapons, and then we fucking bombed the fuck out of them immediately.
I don't think I
after.
ever argued that Iran doesn't have a rational
Okay,
motivation
so
for
it
pursuing a
is
weapons of mass
rational.
destruction program. That
Right.
was never uttered.
Okay. But then it is not them necessarily deciding to. So it makes sense when our intelligence says that they haven't decided to. That was your implication of mentioning it.
Yeah, because I don't trust DNI Tulsi Gabbard in order to make a fair and balanced and unbiased evaluation of what Iran plans on doing with its nuclear stockpile. Because if Iran was, and by the way, I agree, the JCPOA negotiations with the Iranian regime in order to demilitarize their nuclear program is probably ideal. I think diplomacy is preferable to war, particularly in this situation. And I actually think Obama with the JCPOA, the Republicans like to act like it's stupid. But now, after the war has already been conducted and failed, now they're just renegotiating the JCPOA. So all they did is they just killed tens of thousands of, well, maybe not tens of thousands, but they definitely killed thousands of people and caused billions of dollars in infrastructure just to renegotiate the diplomatic deal that Obama already did. But that doesn't change what I'm saying, which is that our motivation for the Iranian war is to prevent them from having nuclear weapons or ready access to nuclear weapons. Your VTuber is squinting, but there's nothing illogical about what I'm saying.
If she's squinting, then I'm squinting. No, it is illogical because we could just talk to them about making a deal. And by bombing them, they still have the uranium. That we haven't solved anything. Is this a reason why we went to war? We didn't solve it.
I was just trying to establish whether or not it was a reasonable thing to even care about in this conflict, because you said that it wasn't. So,
No,
if we agree that it's a reasonable thing to care about, then we can argue whether or not the war will actually accomplish the stated goals.
Why would we start a war with a country when we could just make a deal with them instead? There's an obviously better solution if the nuclear issue is that big of an issue. There's obviously a better solution. Therefore, that's not why we did it. If there's a clear, better thing they could have done, and that's not the reason why they did
because
the thing.
You, Casey Lee, the VTuber, have a personal preference for diplomacy over military action. That can't be a motivation for armed conflict.
The entire world has that
proliferation
preference. Everyone has that preference. You make a deal with people that you disagree with. They're doing something that you don't like as a country, so you make a deal with them to not do that. That's everyone's
If everyone
preference.
has that preference, why are we at war?
Yeah, because Israel doesn't have that preference.
Oh, okay. So not everyone. Okay. Gotcha.
And also the reason wasn't nuclear. That Iran wasn't going to be negotiated out of supporting their allies.
Have you heard of the Operation Stuxnet?
Nope.
Okay. So in the early 2010s, there was allegedly, nobody's confirmed responsibility, but there was a joint Mossad CIA operation where Iran was using centrifuges in order to enrich their uranium, and they had them on closed servers. So allegedly what happened was either a Mossad agent or a CIA agent infiltrated the centrifuge lab, injected a computer virus into the centrifuges, and then destroyed Iran's uranium stockpile in the early 2010s. And also, it's argued that CIA and Mossad have been assassinating Iranian nuclear scientists for the past 10 or 15 years in reference to their enrichment strategy. So if you're trying to dismiss, because I mean, I think I've already established it, but if you're trying to dismiss nuclear proliferation and balance of power in the Middle East and North Africa as a non-issue, how do you justify that position in light of those facts? Like, if we don't care about nukes, why are we killing scientists? Why are we sabotaging their equipment if we don't care about nukes? Casey, you still there? Speakeasy, are you still there?
Did Casey freeze? Or?
I think Casey might have frozen. They might need to leave and come back.
Oh yeah, there must be something happened there.
That's okay.
Yeah, I was confused. I was like, wait, what?
Well, I want to make this emphasis so that way the audience can maybe understand it while Casey is reloading their page.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think dismissing nuclear balance of power as a serious consideration for the Iran war is silly. I don't think that you can take a single quote from Donald Trump or one of his advisors or DNI Tulsi Gabbard and say flat out, this is reality. DNI Tulsi Gabbard has been criticized for being biased towards Bashar al-Assad, Syria, Iran, and Russia for a decade. It's part of the reason why her confirmation was so controversial. And then not only that, but the nuclear enrichment has been a huge part of the negotiations in reference to the peace settlement that they're pursuing right now. So I actually like we should probably move on, because I actually just like flat out reject that is not a concern in this conflict. And then also controlling the world's energy supply. I was going to go back for this. I can repeat this when they come back into the show. But effectively, it's like the reason why the Iranian regime exists is because British Petroleum was a backer of the Shah. The Prime Minister Mossadegh, I think his name was Mossadegh, wanted to nationalize the oil resources. And so the United States, along with I think members of the SAS and the British intelligence services, basically overthrew the Iranian national government and reinstalled the Shah as like the dictator of Iran, where he remained in power until 1979. So saying like controlling the world's energy supply is also not a consideration in reference to this, particularly when like another thing about the negotiations. The reason why the negotiations are so painful is because 20% of the world's energy supply goes through this fucking strait. So, I mean, I don't even know why we would contest these facts. It's not just Hezbollah and Hamas. That's not the only motivation for the war. That's very silly.
Are you back with us, Casey? Oh, your sound's not coming through if you're trying to talk there, Casey. And we don't see your character there anymore either. Casey? Technical difficulties over here, folks.
I can yap if you just want me to yap for a minute.
Yeah, if you have more to say, go ahead. Yeah. If you want to shout anything out that you're doing coming up, anything while we have a minute, go ahead.
Sure. Yes, I can hear you now.
There's Casey.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, that's important. Sorry, my power went out.
Okay. Casey, can I make a point to you that I made to the audience after you got knocked out?
Yeah, I came back when you went from CIA operation with the hacking, and then the next thing I heard was about the Mossadegh.
Yeah, so Mossadegh, right? Mossadegh was the Iranian representative. I think he was the prime minister in like the 50s or 60s, who wanted to nationalize Iranian oil. British intelligence services and American CIA overthrew Mossadegh, reinstalled the Shah as the dictator of Iran, and it was the Shah who was overthrown in 1979. So if it's quite clear that the United States was conducting paramilitary asymmetric intel kinetic operations in order to maintain the Shah in power, how can you say that like energy is not a major calculation in this conflict? And then, sorry, one more point and then I'll shut up, I promise. But considering that a part of the negotiations is reopening the Strait of Hormuz because it's so critically important, because 20% of the world's energy supply flows through the Strait of Hormuz. Like, how can you say that that isn't a part of this conflict?
Yeah, we created a problem, and then now we're trying to solve it. I think I believe that the U.S. would love to have Iran's oil, would have love to have control of their oil fields. However, in order to do that, you would likely need to use ground troops. We might still do that, but I think from the onset we weren't prepared to do that. From the onset, it was about changing who's in charge of Iran. Maybe mostly, I think it's just about weakening Iran. But clearly, we're not going for having control of their oil fields. Like I would say that the amount of resources we would need to use to be able to do that, the military seems not willing to do that. So that's why I say,
well, right, because the American people are exhausted after the war on terror, but we are giving Starlink terminals and small arms to anti-government forces. They're probably not strong enough to take out the Iranian regime, but that doesn't mean that we're not doing spooky, sneaky CIA asymmetric warfare shit.
Regarding what?
So Iran has been accused of killing between 10,000 and 40,000 pro-democratic protesters in the past like 6 months. And it, basically what the CIA has been accused of is that the Iranian regime keeps shutting off the internet, and that makes it difficult for communications to happen. They're gone again. I'm going to make this point though. So the CIA has been accused of providing small arms and Starlink terminals to militias in Iran, hoping that they'll be able to coordinate a revolution to overthrow the Ayatollahs. So,
okay.
Yeah. So what I was saying is the CIA is giving anti-regime militias small arms and Starlink terminals in the hope that they will overthrow the regime. So why would we do that if we did? I mean, we might not be going in all the way with an Iraq-style invasion, but don't you think that that is probably us trying to overthrow the regime?
That's like we would like that to happen, but clearly, I don't think if that was a goal, then we would be a lot more committed. I think that the people who wanted to do this are already at least partially satisfied. Like, because this is for the amount of resources that we put into it, and then we did lots of bombing. We weakened the regime. We killed a lot of the people. Like I feel like we shouldn't say that we were trying to do something much greater. I mean, we would say that we would like for that to have happened, but clearly, and even if the thing that you said that happened, if that actually happened, that still wouldn't mean that we had control of their oil, of their resources.
Sure. And basically, I guess I want to refocus that way. We don't spin a wheel where I feel like I've sufficiently made my case, but this isn't the debate prompt. So I guess my question to you, the coward's way of phrasing this would be, even if you don't agree with me, but I'm making the argument that nuclear proliferation, securing the world's energy supply, and cutting off support for Hamas and Hezbollah are all motivations for the Iranian conflict. Is that just or not? Because I mean, that's the debate prompt. So are these three things something that the Western world should pursue or no?
Right. I think it's obviously no. And partly the thing about going through the history of all of Israel's fuck ups and massacres, and even like fucking spying on us, even fucking blackmailing U.S. presidents, is that there's never any backlash there. That our relationship with Israel, we would be better off if we made friends with Iran instead of it being impossible to do that because of Israel. Israel is a horrible, horrible ally and a horrible, horrible friend. Like, why we should not be doing anything for Israel. Like period. Like we should be making we should make friends with Iran instead of bombing them. broadly.
So do you think Iran's objections to so for instance, like, you know, I know Al Qaeda is Sunni and Iran is Shiite. I know there's like differences, but I feel like anti-American jihadists have similar criticisms of the Western world. And so, you know, Osama bin Laden, quite famously in his letter to America, he cited the Sabra and Shatila massacre as part of the reason why he did 9/11, because the Christian Phalange militias in Lebanon perpetrated the massacre. The IDF provided lighting via mortar flares for the massacre. And then it was the United States 7th Fleet that provided air cover and military support for IDF to withdraw from Lebanon when the conflict was over. So by proxy, we are guilty, you know, for the Sabra and Shatila massacre. But another thing that Osama bin Laden cited for his hatred of America was the fact that when the Iran-Iraq war kicked off, it was American ground forces, effectively Kafirs, you know, disbelievers, who were, you know, Satanist, hedonistic, nihilist, drug-abusing, sexual degenerates who were called into militarily secure Saudi Arabia. So even if the Shatila massacre had never happened, even if Israel had never done what it's done, even if Israel had never existed, are you presuming that there wouldn't be like jihadist terrorists in the Middle East and North Africa who wouldn't resent our military presence?
Why would we need the military presence?
Honestly, man, that's almost like a mind-blowing statement. Have you ever heard of like the OPEC crisis in the 1970s?
Look, I know a little bit about it, but not that much. But
okay, yeah. Basically, the Middle Eastern and North African nations decided that they didn't like the United States and they cut off oil to us. And since we weren't a net producer at the time, it strangled our economy and caused horrific stagflation.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not against like military bases overseas, but all of Osama's like issues with America, like obviously, like some of them would exist anyways. I know for a fact, if you're familiar with, I could never pronounce it because it's like Quan
Qutb.
massacre.
Qutb. Yeah, the Egyptian philosopher.
No. It's a massacre in Lebanon, and it says 96. Anyway, it's the Israelis. They shell a UN outpost had about 600 Lebanese staying there. One of the 9/11 terrorists was there, and hundreds die.
Yeah, but okay, my frustration with this line of thinking, though, so if we pick Israel and we go down a line of their massacres, asymmetric warfare, and terrorism, we're going to find a lot. If we do that with America, we're going to find a lot. My frustration with this line of thinking, though, is if we do Russia, we're going to find a lot. If we do Iran, we're going to find a lot. If we do Syria, we're going to find a lot. If we do Afghanistan, we're going to find a lot. Like, asymmetric warfare and terrorism never happens in a vacuum. So why are we presuming that because Israel and the United States have done fucked up shit in the 20th century, that our enemies aren't also guilty of fucked up shit in the 20th century?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Israel is guilty of a lot more fucked up shit than the U.S. is.
Okay, well, I want to make this point to you. So the casualties in Gaza have remained the casualty estimates in Gaza have remained relatively stagnant. Estimated at 70,000 dead, 20,000 of them being militants, and an estimated 200,000 dead from indirect causes. And that's been stagnant for the past year. So my question to you is, how come Iran can wipe out 30,000 to 45,000 people and we don't even fucking blink?
Okay. Yeah. Do you believe that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction?
Yeah, because we sold it to them in the 1980s.
No. When the Bush administration said that they had proof of it. And by the way, they didn't have any, right?
No, I don't think that they had a active weapons of mass destruction program based off of the analysis after the invasion. Hold on. But in the 1980s, during the Iran-Iraq war, we sold them the precursors for botulism, anthrax, and VX gas, and they used it against their own civilian population multiple times.
And the Iranians. But we had no evidence that they still. they used chemical weapons against Iran.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. It's very quiet.
They used. I'll turn myself up. They used chemical weapons against Iran, but
Correct.
But more importantly, we didn't. They said they got rid of it. We had no evidence that they had it. We lied to get ourselves in. That they debated what lie to tell. They debated whether we should connect Iraq to 9/11. This is in the unclassified memos between Rumsfeld and Cheney and all the others. Like they had a list of things like to get them into the war. Iraq never had.
Rumsfeld and Cheney have a pretty long documented history of wanting to invade Iraq before 9/11 2001. That's true. What's also true is that Saddam Hussein himself said that he was being vague and shitty about UN inspections on purpose because while he wanted to sufficiently comply with the international community in order to not get invaded, he also didn't want his neighbors to think that he had no WMDs because he didn't want to get invaded by his neighbors.
No, before we invaded, he literally
That's from
said,
Saddam himself. Why are you shaking your VTuber head at me?
Wait, he used some random fucking quote sometime. He literally agreed to our inspectors going anywhere on a dime, his office, his fucking toilet.
Right. And when they actually did the inspections, they would delay. And they would do it like Hans Blix or whatever would basically say, yeah, we got 95% of what we wanted, but we didn't get XYZ, ABC. Yeah, that was very common. I was alive at the time.
What don't you understand about them having a meeting about like what lies to tell? Like there was literally a list of what lies they should tell. One of them was like anthrax ? One of like they were literally like coming up with.
You understand? We sold them anthrax, right? You understand? So hold on. You need to back up a little bit because you know just enough information in order to narrativize it and be dangerous. This is just like my debate with Teriak. You understand that Germany, the United Kingdom, and the United States sold Iraq anthrax in the 1980s.
Said they never had any. I said they got rid of it, and then we had an agreement to check whether they did or not. We never found any. We lied about them having it. We lied about finding evidence. There was no evidence that they still had it. Them having it at one point doesn't mean they always have it. Like, is your brain?
Yes,
is your
correct.
Brain
functioning? And I already told you about the UN inspections, where effectively what would happen is when they went to do the UN inspections on a dime, like Saddam himself said that he would engage in ambiguity where they would delay inspectors at certain locations. That way they could move shit around and this, that, the other, so they could still pretend that they had something, but be compliant enough to not get invaded. That's from Saddam Hussein, the president of the fucking country. He wanted it to be ambiguous. He wanted the United Nations and the United States to get enough of what they wanted. That way he would not get invaded, but he wanted enough ambiguity about his weapon stockpile so he wouldn't be invaded by his neighbors.
Do you understand that him agreeing for them to search anywhere at any time, like totally debunks, like your stupid point about...
Do you understand agreeing to something and complying with something are two different things? Do you understand that?
The thing behind me right here, it's a memo. This memo is Rumsfeld, and it says, quote, how to start ? Saddam moves against Kurds in the North ? U.S. discovers Saddam connection 9/11 attack. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one too. Here, discover dispute over WMD inspections ? Start now thinking about inspection demands. Those would be demands that they would say no to. Would give us the reason to invade. They were coming up with reason. This is declassified memo. They were coming up with reasons to invade. Like it's obviously a
go ahead and read the first one.
Saddam moves against Kurds in the North ?
Saddam repeatedly has stomped at that time had repeatedly stomped on the northern Kurdish independent zones. Why do you think the Peshmerga exist? What do you think happened with the WMDs that soured our relationship with Saddam in the first place?
What's the point you're making?
The point that I'm making is that isn't a lie. Saddam routinely brutalized the Kurds in the north. The reason why our relationship soured with Saddam was because he used the WMDs against the Kurds.
It's on a list right next to U.S. discovers Saddam connection to September 11th. It's on a list of things. Like, yes, I agree that you could argue the first one, had happened in the past. That's why it was a thing.
You can argue the second one as well. Let's go to the second one. I love the second one. Let's talk about the second one.
These are things that have not yet come to pass, or things they could lie about. That you could put an asterisk.
Let's talk about the second one. This is admittedly a plan for invasion of Iraq. This is admittedly. Don't you think that you plan invasions before you conduct them? Can we talk about the second one?
No, it was a year before we invaded. They're coming up with false reasons. Yes.
Okay, but let's talk about the second one, because I already told you the first one isn't false. So let's talk about the second one. The second one, where Al-Qaeda had tenuous ties to, Iraq or whatever. The tenuous ties were post hoc. And I'll agree with this 100%. Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney wanted to get into Iraq before 9/11/2001. I am admitting that part to you. But what you need to hear from me is that the head of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, prior to the invasion of Iraq, after the invasion of Afghanistan, went to Osama bin Laden and said, hey, I want to start an Al-Qaeda chapter in Iraq because the United States is saber rattling about Iraq. And so as a result, will you give me seed funding to start AQI? And what was funny is that the American saber rattling is what caused an AQI cell to exist. So you could probably look up whenever that memorandum was released, and you could probably look up whenever the AQI fucking representative traveled to Iraq and see which one happened first, which would be interesting, by the way.
Sorry, this is declassified. It is discussed while declassifying that this is
what's the date of this memorandum? What's the date of the memorandum?
It's about a year. I can get the exact date, but it's about a year before the invasion. But
okay, so let's look up the when was Iraq invaded by the United States? March 20th, 2003. March.
The date of the memorandum is November
20th, 2003. So let's say it's March 20th, 2002. Okay. If you can't find a specific date, if you can find a specific date,
November 2001.
It's November 2001. Okay. Yeah, no, that's great. That probably backs up something that I'm agreeing with you about, which is the fact that Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, effectively, they were a part of Bush Sr.'s administration. They thought it was a mistake to not invade Iraq in Operation Desert Storm and Desert Shield and Desert Storm. And so they built up KBR and Halliburton, and they continued with their ties in the American government through the Clinton administration to keep pressure on the no-fly zones and the sanctions. And they were looking for excuses to invade Iraq even before 9/11/2001. So, okay. Hold on. When who was the head of AQI? Al-Qaeda in Iraq. Zarqawi. Okay. When did Zarqawi travel to Iraq? April or May of 2002. So there is a 5-month gap. This meeting saying connections to Al-Qaeda question mark. This was made true 5 months after the memorandum by the material circumstances on the ground.
There is no real connection, but what are you arguing specifically? What are you arguing?
What I'm saying is Al-Qaeda.
What are you arguing that is the list?
You're insinuating. Okay, I don't even think you're insinuating. I think you flat out said it. You said that the United States invented these reasons whole cloth. That Saddam was fucking with the Kurds. That was point one. that AQI or
that
Al
would be a
Qaeda.
reason. That would be a reason for them to invade. It's a list of reasons to give when they invade. That's the whole meeting is about the invasion.
Don't you think you should have Don't you think you should have reasons before you invade a country?
Yes, they clearly are okay with making up reasons.
But we just went over how the WD inspections, Saddam fucking with the Kurds, and the Al Qaeda connection. Like, I'm not saying they were true at the time of the processing of the memorandum. Saddam fucking with the Kurds was. The WMD inspections were. But the AQI thing wasn't true at the time, but then it was true before the invasion and 4 months after the memo.
But right. It's under the note, how start ? How to start? How do we start it? We're gonna need a reason. Like, they're just like, and obviously that they're gonna lie about. What the fuck
do you think that proves? Don't you need a reason to invade a country?
Right. Then they were okay with false reasons, and they gave us a false reason. They told us
that 2.5 of the reasons are correct.
Mass destruction. No, Iraq has no connection with 9/11. None.
Except for when Zarqawi went to the perpetrator of 9/11, got seed funding, and traveled to Iraq because of American saber rattling.
Wow,
which happened in April of 2002, Iraq. Which was 4 months or 5 months after this memorandum.
Right. So some dude went to Iraq, and this is after this memo. That's what you got.
Correct. They were looking for connections between jihadist terrorism and Iraq.
Anything that you're right. Okay. They stated they had evidence of weapons of mass destruction, right? They had evidence, but they did not have evidence. Can we agree on that?
No, we don't agree on that.
We can't.
The Rigel report in the 1980s has a very well documented series of events where the United Kingdom, and Germany were selling dual use technologies in order to produce weapons of mass destruction during the Iran-Iraq war.
They had it 2 decades. Everyone knows they had it 2 decades earlier. When they said they had weapons of mass destruction, they said now. They said we have evidence of them having it now. That's what they meant by that.
Okay, I'll just Google how well did Iraq comply with WMD inspections.
Yeah,
let's go ahead and look that up because that was your third point. Iraq's compliance with WD inspections from 1991 to 2003 was generally poor, characterized by obstruction, deception, and failure to provide full declarations. While inspections destroyed significant programs, Iraq restricted access and hid evidence until a 1995 defection revealed a hidden biological program. Ultimately, no active WMD stockpiles were found, but Iraq did not provide. It was fully disarmed. So I'm sorry. Were the inspectors? If we're supposed to look at that,
where are you reading from?
So I mean, that's an AI summary, but literally the next one is 20 years ago. It's a Google AI summary. So I literally just Googled. How did Iraq comply with weapons inspections? That was a summary. But literally, here's something from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. It's a top link.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, like, will you contend with that fact that effectively in the 1990s, they basically said, trust us, we destroyed everything.
What I said was before the invasion, that Iraq had capitulated to all the demands. But
yeah, and that's not actually true.
No, that is factually true. Ask your AI that.
Despite what I just read you, and I could just pull up articles and spam them to you in succession about Iraqi non-compliance with weapons of mass destruction disarmament in the 1990s. You're just going to assert repeatedly based off of what? What fact do you have lined up for you that states Iraq fully complied with weapons inspections prior to the invasion of Iraq?
Sure.
Do you have anything? Do you have an article? Do you have a link? Do you have a study?
Shut the fuck up, because you just fucking type some shit into fucking AI about Mr.
No. I typed something into Google, the most powerful search engine on the fucking planet, and it brought up half a dozen articles that backed up my perspective. I'm asking you for something that backs up your perspective.
Okay, give me a second here, because you Googled yours. In late 2002 to early 2003, under UN Resolution 1441, Iraq was given a final opportunity to comply with the disarmament. Here is how that played out. The process situation. On the procedural level, Iraq did meet many demands, access. They allowed UN, blah, 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 and IAEA inspections to return for the first time since 1998. Inspection conducted over 900 inspections at 500 sites, including quote, presidential sites. That's like his offices and shit that were previously off limits. Destruction. Iraq began destroying their Al-Samad 2 missiles under UN supervision because they slightly exceeded the allowed range. Wow. The substance conflict. The US and the UK argued that Iraq had not capitulated to the spirit of the demands. Amazing. The 12,000-page declaration, Iraq submitted a massive document claiming they had no WMDs. The US called this, quote, pour in new information. Yeah, you read that right, but I don't know. And a, quote, material breach. The burden of proof. The U.S. maintained that the burden was on Iraq to prove they had destroyed old stockpiles, to prove a negative. Iraq claimed they had destroyed them.
Are you retarded? You think that you think that destroying a stockpile is a negative?
Yes.
You think that I have a pence? Hold on. Let me find something that I can break that I don't give a fuck about. Okay,
how do you?
I'm going to break. I am going to break this paintbrush. It's broken. Did I prove to you that I just broke this paintbrush?
No, I think you have other paintbrushes. Prove to me.
I do. You're right.
Prove to me you broke all your paintbrushes. Prove to me.
Well, I'm not going to because I have a shitload of paintbrushes. You're right.
You can't prove it. You could literally break all of them, but I could still say you haven't broken all of them, and you can't prove me wrong.
Yes. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because
you can't prove a negative.
Do if you were a responsible country in development of weapons of mass destruction is you would create an inventory of all of your claimed stockpiles of weapons of mass destruction, and then you would destroy them aligned with your inventory. And what happened from 1992 to 1998, which your article just said, is Iraq didn't comply with that. Then they kicked out the inspectors for 5 fucking years. Yeah. And then they invited the inspectors in after having 5 years to possibly hide their program.
What I said.
So I'm sorry if I don't just trust Iraq randomly. Like, what the fuck? Like what logic are you using?
They literally capitulated to all the demands. Was what I said from the beginning. That's the word. What do you got?
And you know what's even funnier about this?
Mr. I don't know enough.
Defunct stockpiles. We found their old weapons program. So you're saying that they were 100% disarmed? We found their old shit.
No weapons of mass destruction. Are you saying we found weapons of mass destruction? You saying we found it?
Yes, we did.
That's amazing.
We found defunct weapons of mass destruction, not an active program. We found old stockpiles.
Did we find weapons of mass destructions in Iraq?
Yes.
Question mark?
You fucking retard.
Really? Because the world
says
no, we didn't.
Outdated WMDs in Iraq. Following the 2003 invasion of Iraq, U.S. encountered and destroyed thousands of degraded pre-1991 chemical weapons, including artillery shells and rockets. Yes, absolutely. We found their 1980s stockpile of chemical and biological weapons. We found an anthrax lab run by a militia in northern Iraq, just south of Kurdish territory.
Or the advanced nuclear, chemicals, or biological programs that were the primary justification of the 2003 invasion.
Correct, because they didn't have an active program.
Amazing.
But they still had stockpiles of old shit. That's what I just said.
I guess we were justified in invasion because they had weapons of mass destruction. We're just rewriting history. You want to rewrite history?
What's so funny about this conversation? You just told me 10 minutes ago that Iraq completely complied with the destruction of its WMD program.
They did.
And yet, a simple Google search reveals that you're totally and completely fucking ignorant of what actually happened.
No, I said they capitulated to all of the demands, which they did.
You understand that one of those demands was the destruction of all their WMD programs, right? And clearly, if we find their WMDs, then they didn't comply with what you just said.
The facts of the matter.
It's really this simple. Did you destroy your WMDs, yes or no? Yes, I did. I found your old WMDs. You didn't comply. It's really that simple.
Found some shells or something. How many were there? Was there 10 of them? Was there 12
Do you
of
think
them?
no, they said thousands.
Thousands, but that's not them having it. The world is decided on this. I'm sorry, they didn't have chemical weapons of mass destruction. They didn't have chemical weapons. They didn't have them. There were none. I'm sorry. You can read whatever little
I
fucking
could
article,
literally
whatever
click on
fucking
this
bad
right
source.
now,
Yeah,
and it's an article about them. It's from the Associated Press of them finding. You clearly don't understand words, which is very frustrating in a debate. Do you understand that in the 1980s, Iraq produced tens of thousands of WMDs that were put in artillery and rockets? And then in the 1990s, they failed to comply with inspections. Then in 1998, they kicked out inspectors. And then from 1998 to 2002, there were no inspections. Then they invited the inspectors back in, and the United States said, hey, you guys are just playing hide the ball, and we think that you have an active WMD program, which they didn't, to be clear. They did not have an active WMD program. But when we went in and invaded the fucking country, we found thousands of stockpiles of artillery shells and rockets from their 1980s WMD programs. I literally just read you the fucking article.
Soldiers did encounter chemical weapons between 2004 and 2011. U.S. and Iraqi forces discovered approximately 5,000 chemical munitions. These were almost exclusively abandoned, degraded, and corroded shells and rockets dating back to the Iran-Iraq War in 1980. The conditions, most were quote-unquote stray munitions that had been buried or forgotten. They were not part of the organized deployable arsenal that has, they're like fucking, Iraq didn't even know they were there. They were fucking just buried shit. That's what I'm talking about. It's an asterisk. It's a nothing.
Why are you repeating back to me what I just said to you?
No, it is not a good faith comment to say that they did have WMDs or whatever, just because you could find some.
You just said they had fucking thousands of them. They buried them in random locations and they forgot where they were. Is that compliant? Hold on. This is actually so mind-numbingly simple. I can't believe that this is
invaded Iraq because
on.
they had forgotten about buried munitions.
I say,
is that right?
Hey, Casey, you got to give me all your drugs. And you say, okay, I'll give you all my drugs. And then I go to try to inventory your drugs, and you don't allow me to inventory your drugs. And then you say, I gave up all my drugs. I already gave you all my drugs. Well then, because let's just say I'm a cop in this hypothetical, I get a warrant for your house, and I dig in your backyard, and I find pounds and pounds and pounds of drugs in your fucking backyard. And you say, oh, I forgot about those drugs.
No.
Did you have drugs?
No,
yes
it's not.
or no?
They weren't hiding the fucking drugs, right?
They literally said that they were fucking hiding stockpiles in what you just read to us.
All right, real quick for a second. Just want to pop in here for a quick second, just so we can bring it back to the resolution of regardless of where you guys stand on the Iraq invasion, how does that example support or weaken the claim that a war with Iran is justified?
It's because narratives become popular and ahistorical, and they don't actually study evidence or even acknowledge words and articles that they themselves are fucking reading, which is amazing.
Exclusively abandoned, degraded, and/or corroded shells. That's what I fucking read, motherfucker.
Yeah. Oh, okay, hold on. Read the whole paragraph again.
Exclusively abandoned, degraded, corroded.
Not the phrase. Read the paragraph. Do you know the difference between a phrase and a paragraph?
Almost exclusively abandoned, degraded, or corroded shells and rockets dating back to the Iran-Iraq War.
So you don't know the difference between a phrase and a paragraph. You understand? So I'll educate you on the difference between a phrase and a paragraph. So a phrase is a component of a sentence. A paragraph is multiple sentences stacked together. So what you've done two or three times now, because you don't know the difference between a phrase and a paragraph, is you've read the same phrase over and over again. I'm asking you to read the paragraph, which is multiple sentences. So would you read the multiple sentences from the paragraph, which is a subcomponent of a piece of writing? Can you read the whole paragraph, please?
Am I louder now?
You're louder now.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'll scroll down a little bit to make it more clear because I control F for the word hide, or I only got hid. The ultimate irony is that while the US invaded on the premise that Iraq had not capitulated and was hiding weapons, the post-war Iraq survey group concluded 1. No WMD stockpiles existed. 2. No active nuclear program existed. 3. Iraq claims were largely true. Bottom line, Iraq technically, quote-unquote, capitulated to the physical demands of letting inspections in. They could not capitulate to the demands of handing over WMDs they no longer possessed. This created a catch-22, right? So they weren't hiding. They was not hiding.
They just bury them in the desert for fun?
On the drug analogy, it's like you found some under a cushion, a bed cushion that person didn't even know was there. That's what happened. Like, yeah.
That's a responsible way to run a country. Just bury thousands of artillery shells and rocket shells filled with VX gas.
Who still defends the Iraq war invasion. We're talking to someone who still buys the reasons why they invaded Iraq. That's the fucking
because
bottom
you're
line
retarded
here.
and you can't even
the
read.
Connection here. This guy will fucking agree to anything probably that the US does ever. I'm just guessing.
Regardless of this, again, I just want to ask the question: if regardless of where you stand on the Iraq war invasion and what happened there, how does that weaken or strengthen it being justified, the Iran war?
I think the original argumentation was effectively that like Israel and the United States have made up I'm assuming this is the argumentation. I don't even know if we got there. They've made up whole cloth the reasons why they've invaded the Middle East and North Africa. It doesn't, weirdly enough, it doesn't have anything to do with anti-nuclear proliferation. It doesn't have anything to do with controlling the world's energy supply. That seems pretty fucking silly to me. And then I feel like Iraq, maybe I'm thinking too hard, but it feels like you were trying to draw a parallel between the exaggeration of the American government in reference to Iraq's W&D programs compared to the current intel analysis of what Iran has. That's like the smartest thing that I could come up with as far as an argument for your perspective.
I did bring up the Iraq reasons for invading in response to the number of people who Iran recently killed. I'm sure they killed people or whatever, but I think that number is grossly large, and if you go by like Reuters reporting or whatever, it's like I don't know, 2,000 to 3,000 or something. So when I said that in response to like 10,000, or some people are like 40,000, just like make up a number, I was referencing the idea that the U.S. will propagate a lie when they're about to invade a country. They did it partly at Vietnam. They did it in the first Iraq war. They did it, and I agree with that war. They still had some girl go up and talk about our Iraqis like killing babies in the hospital or some shit like that. So our challenge is not to use the excuse given by the Pentagon that right before they attacked, because it's usually not accurate.
Sorry, I'm just on a debunking spree. So basically, descriptively, it's like, all right, if you want to meta, we can meta it. So the question is, like socialism, for instance, in Southeast Asia, if you want to go to Vietnam. So socialism was spreading in Southeast Asia. So is it the United States' concern whether or not governments become socialist or communist? I would argue that, yes, it's absolutely the United States' concern whether or not countries are mixed economy, liberal, democratic republics, or whether or not they're authoritarian, socialist, and communist hellscapes. Same thing that I would argue with like theocratic, anti-Western regimes that support Russia and China. I think it is in our interest in order to effectively, through soft power would probably have been better, but it's still a moral fight. Like emancipating the Iranian people from the Iranian regime, regardless of whether or not it's logistically possible, is still a moral thing to do. And that's the debate prompt. The Iran war is justified. So
you think firebombing villages in Cambodia do you think that was moral?
You think whatever Cambodian, especially if they're Cambodian Khmer who go on to massacre 30% of the population of the country.
They were just villages. They were just villages.
Yeah, I'm sure. you've proven a huge understanding of military history tonight. So I'll trust you that we just firebomb civilians for shits and giggles.
What?
Okay.
I've literally not been wrong.
Even like just like South Korea, Western Europe, these are evidence of like tens of millions of people being emancipated from fascism and communism worldwide, and you just ignore them as historical examples. It's actually mind-blowing the amount of Western firebombing of literal villages like annihilated the brain of Westerners.
Right. They were too close to the border, so we started firebombing them. We didn't tell anyone we were doing it because it was fucked up. Then we did it. There's villages. That's what we targeted villages. Is all the villages.
And I'm sorry, what did the Cambodian Khmer do immediately after, or even while the United States forces were in there? What did the socialists and communists do simultaneous to the United States war fighting?
We were targeting villages.
Yeah, okay. And then also, did we ever go into northern Vietnam militarily? I mean, we had the capacity. We had tens of thousands of troops. We actually air bombed everything except for Ho Chi Minh. So I'm sorry. Why didn't we invade northern Vietnam?
What's your point?
My point is the Vietnam War, robbed of its context, it was a defensive war. We literally deployed tens of thousands of troops to South Vietnam, and North Vietnamese army and Viet Cong guerrillas came into the South and fucked it up. Why don't you cry me a fucking river about South Vietnamese sovereignty? Why don't you say, wow, North Vietnam wants to be communist and socialist, but the Americans aren't invading. They should be able to determine themselves, and they should leave South Vietnam the fuck alone.
Okay, the reason I brought up the Vietnam War is because of the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which was a complete fabrication that led to a bill in Congress to increase troop presence in Vietnam. It was completely fabricated. Second of all,
do you prefer socialism or do you prefer mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy?
For your country lying to you to get you into wars?
Sure, I fucking love it. Can you answer my question?
You clearly do.
Okay, can you answer my question? Do you prefer mixed economy capitalism and liberal democratic republics, or do you prefer socialist regimes?
I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism.
Okay, so if there's a mixed economy capitalist, liberal democratic republic on the other side of the planet, and they're on the verge of being invaded by a communist or socialist regime, do you think it's moral to help them defend themselves, yes or no?
Yeah, if we had such a fucking good excuse for going in, then we wouldn't need to be lied to. It's amazing that you defend the Vietnam War. American lives.
Yeah, I will defend smoking commies to this fucking day. Are you shitting me?
No, but the majority of people we would be fighting then would just be like people. They're fighting an invader. Like, the fuck?
Who the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what they were doing. They were attacking an invasion from us. That's what they were doing.
Okay, so let me get this clear. Let me get this clear. The North Vietnamese army, or excuse me, the South Vietnamese army, the South Vietnamese police, who fought alongside American forces, were being oppressed by American forces when the Viet Cong paramilitary guerrillas slaughtered them, and when the North Vietnamese army routinely incurred in their territory. That's your position?
No, I didn't say we were oppressing anyone.
Didn't you? I could have sworn to God you literally just said that.
I said the people that we were quote unquote smoking were largely people that were fighting with eventually what ended up being, they were just people fighting a foreign invader. It wasn't for us. It was about control and having influence. For them, it eventually, just like Afghanistan, it was just people are here and they're not us, and we're fucking fighting them.
So okay, so all the people who were fighting us in South Vietnam, they were resisting a foreign invader. So by that logic, North Vietnam shouldn't have even invaded when we left, right? Because they were fighting a foreign invader. So once the foreign invader left, there was no reason to take South Vietnam. That's why South Vietnam is such a prosperous mixed economy, capitalist, liberal, democratic society today. Or did literally the second we leave, they got fucking annihilated by
Well,
communists because you don't know what the
idea
fuck
that
you're
we were
talking about.
smoking communists. We weren't smoking communists. We were just fucking murdering people. We went there because we wanted control, and we went there and we ended up just murdering people. And
You might be retarded.
A lot
you
of
actually
people
might be
the
retarded.
people who
you
fought
think that when we've
against
gotten to
us
firefights with
weren't even
Viet Cong
on the
and
northern
NVA,
side
they weren't communists?
before we got there.
So Casey, if I I want to make sure maybe I can build a bridge and make sure I'm understanding for the audience here. Are you saying because of all these like historical wars that we were lied to about to get into,
Yes.
that means with this Iran war, it's probably the same thing happening? Is that basically what your argument is here?
Just don't give me the excuses that were of badly reported incidents right before we invade, because Gulf of Tonkin, the first Iraq war, the second Iraq war, 9/11. No, just kidding. But no, there's a slew of like just lies from our own government. So like, I'm sure that people died. I don't want to say that thousands didn't die, but this idea that there was 5 9/11s and 20 October 7ths, and then there's not that a lot of evidence of that actually.
Literally 5 million people in Kuwait are free and were free from Saddam Hussein because of the first Iraq war.
I said I supported
the population of South Korea is free because of the Korean War.
I supported the first
Western
Iraq
Europe
war.
is free because of World War II.
But they still brought a woman in front of Congress to tell us about the Iraqis like murdering babies, and then only to come months later, it's like, wait, that girl, she hadn't been, in Kuwait, she hadn't been to Kuwait in like years. Like even though I agreed with the first Iraq war, I agree with it, but they still lied to us to get us to agree with it. This manufacturing consent, they still lied to us.
Are you 14? Are you finding out about propaganda for the first time?
My point was, and you could agree yes or no. Before the U.S. goes to war, it usually tells the U.S. a populace a lie to get us to go. Can I get a yes or no?
I think there are often
in the last 75 years,
lies and hyperbole as a part of pre-war propaganda.
Just lies.
Yes, that's descriptively true.
Yeah.
All right.
Gulf of Tonkin and totally made up.
So that would be the wrap up for the hour of back and forth. But I don't know. The conversation feels like maybe there could be some iron left to sharpen. So if you both would want, just keeping in mind we have the 30-minute Q&A still. If you both would want 30 more minutes of open floor, we could do that.
Honestly, man, I'm kind of tapped.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. So that's gonna wrap up the open floor back and forth. Excellent exchanges from both sides tonight. What we're gonna do is we're gonna enter the final phase here is the closing statements. Quick reminder to everyone in the live chat, the Q&A is already up there. So if you've got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, the super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these will take priority. So if they fill the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to all the free ones. So if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of the priority options. With that said, we're going to move into closing. Each debater gets 5 minutes to make their final case. Counterpoint, we're going to start with you. So let me get your timer up here. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so I want you guys to imagine the IQ bell curve where there's like the distribution of IQ, and there's like the idiot on one side, the person who's average intelligence in the middle, and then there's the really intelligent person on the other side. The idiot is America good, okay? And then at the top of the bell curve distribution with average intelligence is America bad. And then on the high IQ side of the distribution is America good. Okay. The truth is that mixed economy capitalism, liberal democracy, republicanism, rule of law, constitutionalism, these have all been good forces throughout history. And yes, our hands are bloody, they're muddy, they're dirty, we lie, we engage in hyperbole, we engage in asymmetric warfare. Israel, obviously, Casey effectively used their opening statement in order to document a century of Israeli terrorism and asymmetric warfare. That doesn't happen in a fucking vacuum. Anytime that you look at the countries that we're rivaled against, whether it's Russia, Iran, Syria, China, you can basically find, I think, oftentimes substantially worse lies, substantially worse violence, substantially worse atrocities. And so, as a result, I still believe in freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, due process, rule of law, mixed economy, capitalism, and all the shit that comes with the Western world. And so, as a result, if there is an oppressed people, like I think the Iranians, we can agree descriptively, are under an authoritarian Iranian regime, and there is a way to emancipate them either through soft power or hard power, I think it is just to do so. Now, once again, I'll emphasize that Donald Trump's an incompetent buffoon. He is truly almost a uniquely stupid and bad American president. I do not think that he's going to be able to emancipate the Iranian people. I think he's bungled this military operation. However, that actually does not alter the moral calculus whatsoever. And until the day I die, I'm going to be defending mixed economy capitalism, liberal democratic republics, because I think if you actually study the history of the planet, you understand that, yeah, we do plenty of fucked up shit, but realistically, we also do a lot of really good shit. And the proof is in the pudding. South Korea would not be free without the Korean War. Western Europe would not be free without the Cold War and World War II. You could just go through the early and middle 20th century of American interventionism and actually see pretty good shit happening as a result of American military interventionism. Now, I would say that in reference to Middle East and North Africa, actually, this is another point that I want to make before we wrap up. Isolating the variable to Israel just wants to cut off Hamas and Hezbollah, and that's the reason why we're fighting the war. And it's not about controlling energy or nuclear proliferation. I think it just flies in the facts. It flies in the face of the facts that are actually presented to us on the world stage. I also think that the narrative that Casey presented in reference to Iraq is effectively like a reading of a series of article titles without actually reading the articles and popular sentiment from the past 20 years and not actually unpopular facts. So I'll leave it there.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Casey. Casey, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer with your voice.
Yeah, if you remove the whatever tens of thousands dead or whatever sort of like moral argument of what would garner some moral we ought act or whatever, like just like we could let's ignore that, or like let's put this aside for like a few months or until the fogs of war lift or whatever, because all evidence and yes, I've looked into it point to it being maybe 1,500, and by the way, some of them were armed by us. So there is no strong moral ought, and Connor he brings up randomly like democracy. We're spreading democracy, blah 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 blah. That can't be. We don't care about fucking democracy in Saudi Arabia. We obviously don't care about it here. Connor giving excuses, not reasons, entirely, just excuses for decisions that someone that I don't know why he thinks it's a good idea. Maybe he's got an Israeli dick in his ass. I don't know, but clearly these aren't reasons. They're excuses, and he will sometimes randomly switch to like this might make right argument about controlling the oil supply, or like this sort of amoral look on global affairs of like we're just gonna do what's good for us and blah blah blah. Yeah, that's fine, but then the next paragraph or the next thing you talk about can't be like the morals of spreading democracy or whatever, because you just made it like this amoral might make right argument. It's not coherent. It's not coherent at all. No, Connor of all people shouldn't be referencing IQ curves. Love of God. This is a person who defends the Iraq War, defends the reasons given to lie us into the Iraq War, defends the Vietnam War, but thinks that nothing of the lies told to continue that gross war. Yeah, I don't think Connor should be. Yeah, if you love if you love the Vietnam War, you love the whole all of it. You love the Iraq War. You loved all that shit. Great thing. It's a good thing we did that. But yeah, we waste trillions of dollars. I don't know, thousands, tens of. I don't know how many. Yeah, thousands of U.S. soldiers dead. Um, Country in debt, crumbling empire. These are actually not pro America positions. You could be like, oh, democracy, fuck yeah, like all you fucking want. But these aren't even pro America positions. These are the positions that have created a crumbling empire, a an empire in decline, a country in decline. Yeah, we might want to change our position on these foreign wars, because I thought we already had. I thought that's why Trump was partly for Trump being in office, because people love that shit. Done with foreign wars, people love that shit, right? Because that was the right thing. That's what people agree with. People know that to be right. Iran has not attacked us. We could obviously negotiate their nuclear program, because we have so before. It's not even about controlling their oil. It's about weakening Iran, because Iran makes Israel real angry, because Israel wants southern Lebanon. They want Gaza. They want the West Bank. They don't want Palestinians there. They really hate when people give the Palestinians weapons. Done.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. With that, that's going to conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. Run all kinds of matchups, like I said, political, cultural, social, video games, philosophy, anything where there's a conversation worth clashing over, we put it into the arena. And also, if you would like to get into the arena, go over to discord.gg/bearcave and hit up me or Tiny in the Bear Cave there, and we'll get you set up. Also, don't forget to subscribe to both debaters as well, okay? Their links are in the description. Make sure you go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. All right, so before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question to each debater myself based on things I heard, arguments maybe I want clarified, something maybe was missed. And then once those questions are answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. So we'll start. I'll start with the affirmative side. So what is like a clear objective that justifies the war with Iran, and like how it's kind of a two-part, like how would it be successful in a way that avoids like open-ended conflict, because that's a lot of the complaints that come out of it. So like how do we prevent it from becoming another just long time conflict with no exit? Oh, you're muted on the stream. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
So in reference to, I don't think you're going to achieve energy interest in Iran without regime change. And so I think, unfortunately, we squandered our regime change opportunity by allowing the pro-democracy protesters to get massacred without support from the Western world until recently. So I actually think that was possible maybe 6 months ago. I don't think it's possible now. I think we actually squandered that opportunity. Then when it comes to anti-nuclear proliferation, I do think that burying basically the 60% enriched stockpiles via airstrikes actually was okay. The next part of that, though, is effectively burying the stockpiles, threatening special forces operations in order to seize and exfiltrate the 60% enriched nuclear stockpiles, but then effectively giving Iran an out with a civilian nuclear IAEA supervised energy infrastructure. So it's part carrot, part stick. And I think that's really the only path forward.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say for that, Casey?
I think they got a lot of their uranium out. I don't think it's necessarily buried in like under the rubble.
All right. All right. And then so for my next question for you, counterpoints, what like evidence threshold should be required before any like military action? Because what was brought up by Casey was the, past disputes over the intelligence not being accurate. So do you think there's like a intelligence or evidence threshold, sorry, that should be met before we do this?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think that Congress should pass. They passed in the 1960s or 1970s. I think they passed a war powers resolution. I think they passed another version of that very recently, or at least they were arguing about it. I don't think, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think it passed. We do basically need to restrain the executive branch. Launching a unilateral air campaign as large as the preamble to the Iraq war on a fucking whim. Here's my conspiracy brain. I swear to God, I think about this with like 33% of my brain. I think Donald Trump was getting pressed on the Epstein files. I think he was getting like raped domestically on his cover up of the Epstein files. And so as a result, he unilaterally launched this military campaign because he knew that we would have to talk about it. So I don't think that should be left up to one man. I do think that a new war powers resolution should be passed where effectively the president has emergency power maybe to engage in like limited operations for this amount of time. And then after that, you need an authorization for use of military force by Congress, or else the forces have to be withdrawn. I would like something stronger like that.
All right. All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say for that, Casey?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. The Epstein thing. I mean, this thing has been pushed for like a while now, and Trump is obsessed with the news cycle. Did it have something? Did it have something to? Was there his decision? Was it somewhat affected? Maybe.
All right. All right. And then so for my questions for you, Casey, is if Iran posed a credible like threat to like the regional stability or even to our allies, like what would be the alternative response that you would support instead of the war?
Yeah, well, I disagree with the question. Like, I don't know what you could do besides like not attack your neighbors. They were invaded on Afghanistan is invaded to their east, and Iraq to their west. They've not invaded anyone. They've not attacked anyone. I think of like the issue is what the Hezbollah having weapons, or Hamas having weapons. Maybe Israel. Maybe the problem is that we should give human rights to Palestinians and give them a state, and Israel could shut the fuck up about people arming them or not. I think that is a I think that is a solution. But
No,
I mean, what do you want them to
no,
do
I
besides-
understand your stance. What I'm asking though, like if it was like known, like you were able to verify that Iran posed a credible threat to regional stability or allies, what would be the alternative response, or would you say then you would say, like, if you could confirm it, you would be for it? Is that what you're saying?
It's just that I mean, if the threat is the nuclear thing, then they have agreed before not to enrich to pass a like. There's no reason to think they wouldn't agree again. So again, it's like, what is the specific threat exactly? If it's, yeah, again, if it's nuclear, that we know it can be solved with an agreement. And I don't know what other threat there is, frankly.
Okay, yeah. So just to be clear, you're saying it could be solved with some type of an agreement instead of war.
It's how we solve most most disputes amongst countries. I would say majority of them are not solved by randomly bombing them.
Okay. All right. And then counterpoints, did you have anything you wanted to say for that?
Yeah, I do think that there just needs to be a definable threshold for what Iran could do in order to warrant violence. I don't buy into this Iran didn't do nothing argumentation. I'll just cite again the perception that Iran didn't actively participate in Eastern Iraq during the Iraq War is just factually and historically incorrect.
Oh, I never said they didn't participate. I mentioned that a lot of what they did would have supported the eventual regime. I didn't say that it never happened that their support ended up with US US soldiers, but
I'm not going to be mean about it just because we are wrapping up, but their support of Muqtada al-Sadr, their support of the Mahdi army, their support of Shiite militias that got trained in how to use explosively formed projectiles is like, it's just a matter of record. So I'm not trying to be mean about it, but the Iranians were fucking around in Eastern Iraq.
The Shias control Iraq, though, right?
Yeah, they're a
the
demographic
majority.
Is full
of Shias, right? So I'm saying that partly we were on.
But I'm saying those Shias didn't see American coalition forces and they were like, oh, let's just wait it out because they're mostly fighting Sunni terrorist groups anyways. They wanted to fight Americans as well. As a matter of fact, it's arguable that the Mahdi army and Muqtada al-Sadr were some of the most competent anti-American forces in Iraq.
All right. And then
would this be us during an invasion of a different country. So again, that's like that's the reason why Iran is a problem. But yeah,
if you wanted to, if within your frame you wanted to think of it as defensive, I'm not going to fight you on it. I just wanted to clarify that particular aspect of the record.
All right. And then so my next question for you, Casey, is basically like, what is there any scenario where you would say military action against Iran is exactly what we have to do? Is there anywhere that gets met? Or
I mean, I agreed with the first Iraq War. I think we're laying the hammer down, I think, on a breaking of international law. And I think international law is important, extremely important. And something I didn't mention is like the fallout of partly the fallout of this is Taiwan is meeting with China and about bettering relations, and their the opposition party is gains a lot of seats that would be the sort of the pro China party, with the idea of like while everyone is ignoring international law, and there's a big speech that went viral, whatever, like we're not trying to be the next Ukraine, so maybe we should make friends with the tiger that is at our doorstep or whatever. This is like there's just so much fallout of from our actions here. So I think that there should be I have no problem with the US like world police when we're talking about a country breaking the rules, as opposed if we're talking about like the UN resolutions and different like UN type treaties, or like that is something I would support, but we don't see that. So
all right. And did you want to say anything for that, Counterpoints?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna get into the official Q&A here from the chat. Remember, we got to go through the super chats first, and if there's time after that, we'll get to the free ones in the chat. So if you want to make sure yours gets asked, send it through a super chat. And we'll start the timer up here. And first one coming in is from Even Lord. Says, "Bros, America won. We couped Iran. Trust the plan." All right.
Yeah, that's Lord. Sorry. I'll say this, and I hope that Casey can hear me. Donald Trump's an idiot, and he stuck his dick in a hornet's nest. Okay, this is one of the most poorly executed wars in American history. Even if I can argue like, oh, we have these like moral conceptions that Casey doesn't agree with, I will just factually agree that we are bungling this arguably worse than we've bungled any other military operation in American history. It's almost impressive how stupid it is.
All right.
Yeah, on the coup d'Iran, I mean, there's a world where this Khomeini is a lot worse than the last one, and that's a very real possibility that we made things worse.
All right. All right. We got on the Counterpoint side a gifted membership from Vazaraka. And then
Thank you,
also
Vazraka.
and another one coming in from the Chapingro.
Thank you, Shapingro.
Chapingro. That's an interesting one. Chapingro. I bet you it means something crazy and we're repeating it over and over. Leo Bobia, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I'll kick it off. Don't forget to support the grift, y'all. Did you see the new VK characters? Fire. Mine is a bee themed. Amazing. Yes, I figured out a way to make them look a little more realistic and amped up. So yeah, they're looking pretty good. Sempiternal Chaos comes in for 2. Just showing support. Thank you very much. We got the Airborne Kite member for 2 months over on the Counterpoint side. Said, if you really cared about this problem, you would support my exact solution. On an unrelated note, I was just kicked in the head by a quarrelsome mule. Eesh.
Thank you, Airborne Kite. He's one of my Canadian friends.
Hey, there we go. We got Hedonic Samuel says, Grishala, long live the cock. Let's go. We got Leo Bobia for $2 says, Counter, don't you wish to see Trump succeed?
I do. I would love to. Do you know? I would love to be wrong. I would love for Trump to release the Epstein files. I would love for a new economic golden age. I would love for manufacturing to be reshored. I would love to have evidence of the 2020 election fraud proven definitively, that the Democrats are a bunch of thieving, lying scumbags. I would love to, I'm trying to think of what else. I would love to, I think the Epstein files I mentioned, but I would love to have the fully unredacted Epstein files. I would love Trump to be vindicated in a court of law. I would love for the Iranian regime to be deposed, for the Strait of Hormuz to be open, and for oil to flow worldwide. I would love all that shit. I just don't think it's going to happen.
All right. All right. Over on the Counterpoint side, $10 comes in from Weld QC John. Said, just home from teaching class tonight and proud to report now 9 of my welding students this semester have passed their welder qualification tests. 11 more to do with 4 weeks left in the semester. Hey, there you go. Good job.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Samuel.
Good job. That's awesome. Leah Bobia comes in, says, what's the simple solution you keep claiming, Casey?
The simple solution for the nuclear program. I mean, honestly, I thought the JCPOA was not even good for Iran. I think they got some of their money, but they couldn't invest it how they wanted to. I mean, my point was if they agreed to that, then which kept them at the enriching under 4%. If they agreed to that, then they'll agree to another deal. If the problem is the nuclear thing, and then it's and the question references a solution, and then that infers a problem, and we weren't really told exactly what the problem is. But if it's the nuclear thing, that's an easy one. So.
All right. Next one we have here from Pseudo Master Chef just says, take my money. Thank you very much, Pseudo Master Chef. Over on Counterpoint side with $5, it says, Azerbaijan. Whoa, what the hell? Azerbaijan. I don't think I've ever said this word. I know
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan.
You're close. See, I was close. Azerbaijan, U.S. strengthened relations pre and post Ukraine war due to the Southern Gas Corridor. Iran fears ground invasion staging, so they sent a them message, or sent them a message.
Yeah. Sent them a message. That makes a lot of sense, and I do get it, but I think that popular international sentiment would be supporting Iran more if they had not attacked 14 of their neighbors. If they exclusively targeted American and Israeli military bases, I actually think a shitload more of the world would be like, oh shit, Israel and the United States are totally fucking crazy and they've gone off the rails and just unilaterally attacked Iran. Whereas by attacking, I think it's 14 separate countries, they basically did show themselves to be a regional threat. And I think that was a political mistake.
I mean, they did what they said. They literally said they would do that. Like anyone hosting a U.S. base, whatever, we're going to attack. Like for them, it was it's their a lot of their heads of government. So yeah, they followed through. I can't necessarily defend it, but besides the fact that they said they would.
All right, and we got 5 from Airborne Kite on the counterpoints. I said, yes, if there are drugs under a cushion, those are hidden drugs, very obviously.
I felt like it was logically consistent, but
yeah,
yes.
They were referring earlier, yeah. We got Michael Haglund became a new member. Thank you. Or Micah Haglund. Thank you very much. And also came in with $5 just to say, oh, hey, guys. Hey to you as well, Micah. We got $5 on the counterpoint side from Fell Runner said, were Dresden, Nagasaki, and Hiroshima moral actions?
So, morality is the analysis of good and bad. I think Dresden historically has not had like a large military significance that's corroborated, and the firebombing was particularly brutal. So I don't think that there's very much justification for Dresden. For Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the alleged moral calculus was that every day that the war continues without Japanese surrender is another day that hundreds or thousands of American warriors die. Therefore, in order to bring them to the table, we're basically going to unleash the sun on these two cities. And the firebombing of Tokyo was allegedly as devastating as the nuclear bombs. The reason why the nuclear bombs were so impressive was because it was a single munition that did that level of destruction, not necessarily the destruction itself, because that was capable through firebombing. It's pretty fucking fucked up, you know? I do think about 300,000 people getting vaporized in a moment and them being men, women, children, and living beings. And it's like, fuck. But then also, is it really that much more moral to firebomb them slowly? I don't fucking know. So
not vaporized, just flesh melting, walking around all fucked up like.
Yeah, I mean, depends on how close you are to the bomb. That's for sure.
Yeah. On my part, I would say Dresden's a no. I think the reasoning behind it was kind of fucked up. I think it was to somewhat punish the people there. As far as Nagasaki and Hiroshima, it is known that Japan was in negotiations with the USSR. It was important that they negotiate as it pertains to like the islands and shit and what they wanted to keep or whatever. We wanted them to surrender to us, and more sooner than later. So I think it could have so easily been not done. Those bombs. That it was not the moral action. We also wanted to show off our new toy.
All right. And Airborne Kite on the counterpart side for another $2 says, tell us more about the U.S. invading Vietnam.
It's something that I want people to actually go back and study, because effectively Vietnam had an authorization for use of military force, but they didn't have a declaration of war. And then Korea didn't have an authorization for use of military force or a declaration of war. It was called a police action by the administration at the time. It did comply with like a United Nations fucking mission, but at the same time, like the UN doesn't control the US military. So that's kind of silly. But the Korean War, in my estimation, is, while the air bombing campaign, I could argue, was immoral in its extremity, I think the proof is in the pudding as far as like what South Korea and North Korea have become since that time. And I think that we were trying to replicate that in Vietnam, but Vietnam basically had geographic reasons why that was not replicatable. A porous border with Cambodia and Laos was one of them. The tunnel network in South Vietnam established by the Viet Cong is another reason. And also, I think that we contextualize it as this like brutal war because we see Vietnam War movies. And it was a brutal war, to be clear. But the United States military largely fought a defensive action. They did not go north of the border with North Vietnam ever. They fought limited air campaigns in the north because they didn't want to piss off the Chinese and the Russians. So yeah, 50,000 Americans died in very brutal ways, and I don't want to minimize their sacrifice at all, but it was largely a defensive war from the American standpoint.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, bro. Go read the Vietnamese war history. Yeah, bro.
All right. We got Spartacus coming in with $10. Says, "What the fuck is this bugged, boys? Must because nobody's super chats are coming through." Thank you, Spartacus. Micah Hegland said, "America is good for $5."
Low IQ, mid IQ, high IQ. You know, it's literally. It's me being a knuckle dragger on the left. It's Hassan Piker in the mid IQ perspective. And then it's me on the right as 135 IQ fucking Giga Chad fucking America good.
Based.
I want America good. I want America to be great. Actually great. And that involves not wasting money on foreign or useless, stupid foreign wars.
Controlling the world's energy supply is very important, but I'll leave it there.
All right. Micah Hagland, member for 3 months. Like the chat, friends. Thank you very much, Micah. I appreciate that big time. AKA Batusi for 20 on the Counterpoint side said, "Come join Valor Media." Let's go.
His name's AKA Batusai, but for the first like 6 months that I knew him, I called him AKA Batasui. And it drove him fucking crazy. But I kept mispronouncing it for like months after he had corrected me. And so you calling him Batusi is even fucking worse. So, AKA Batusai, please don't refund your $20 super chat because fucking Speakeasy mispronounced your name. And also, sorry, he's shilling for me. So, Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. I'm live either on a channel, Counterpoints Politics, which I'm live on now, or on Valor Media Network. So basically, Tuesdays, I'm live on Counterpoints Politics. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm live on Valor Media Network. So if you like any of my takes, or if you just thought I was entertaining, check me out 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m.
All right, and that's another channel of yours, the Valor Media?
It's like it's a channel that I work for. It's a conglomeration channel where they take half a dozen to a dozen creators and they all pool them on the same channel, but they basically have me as their resident streamer.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get the mod to throw that in the description as well, so everyone can find it there as well.
Cool.
Yeah, and sorry, AKA Batusai, for saying your name wrong. All right, I apologize. Matthew, if it all fails for 10, says they never found the WMDs, bro. Just some cans of mustard from the 80s. Unfortunately, research it next time.
I did it while we were on stream. And if you look at the Wikipedia, there are dozens of incidents of sarin, anthrax, mustard, etc. And every time I've asserted these series of facts, I have said it's defunct 1980s Iran-Iraq war stockpiles, but they were hidden during the 1990s. So if you have drugs, and then the cops say you got to turn over your drugs, and then you hide your drugs, and you say you got no drugs, and then people find your drugs, you still had drugs.
Not hidden. Forgotten.
I mean, literally, they talk about they literally talk about
the garbage.
It's fine.
All right. Micah Hegland coming in with another 5 says top dog. Thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate that. Trailer Thrash Music coming in with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Pseudo Master Chef at Casey. Don't you think we get propaganda in order to support wars sometimes because the truth is classified, etc.?
That might be a thing, but I don't how it pertains to any of the things we're talking about, or I don't know why it would be classified. You could say, well, we have a really good reason to attack Iran, but we can't tell you because it would expose our agent in Iran or some shit. I mean, we'll pull them the fuck out and tell us why you're attacking. Like, the idea is that the good reasons must be given. That's the beginning. That's the end. That's it. So whatever they got to do to give those good reasons.
I don't have a lot of trust in the average person. So I think that there are things that can be true, and I think that I actually agree with Casey to a certain point. I think it's to our discredit that as a republic, we should be able to tell our people why we're going to war. But if we said, hey, we're allies with the global economy is $100 trillion. We're allies with $70 trillion worth of economic output. The remaining 30 trillion are China, Iran, and Venezuela and Russia. And so we want to go overseas and stick our thumb in their eye because fuck them. I don't think that really like gets people as hyped as like rock and roll and strip clubs and, you know, fucking liquor and Bud Light ads and fucking B-2 stealth bombers flying over football stadiums, you know?
All right. Micah Hegland gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Micah. And Trailer Thrash also gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Trailer Thrash. Leah Bobia comes in for $2 and says, "You wish he'd released the Epstein files, haven't you heard?"
I heard.
I don't know if Leah Bobia is fucking with me. Like, okay. We passed the Epstein files. 3 million files were released, but they were heavily redacted in defiance of congressional law. So saying you released the 3 million files, no, you didn't comply with the law. Then they said, we're holding back another 3 million files, and we are not going to release these until we are compelled by Congress to do so, which is also in violation of the law that was passed by both the House and the Senate. So right now, the Trump administration is currently holding on to 3 million documents that they haven't released. And out of like the fucking 2 to 3 million that they have released, effectively, like the law states that the only reason you can blank something out is if somebody is a victim of Jeffrey Epstein through sex trafficking. But what they did is they took grand jury statements and they blanked out the whole page. That's not in compliance with the law at fucking all. So I really hope Leah Bobia, if that super chat is not sarcastic, I really hope you go research this because it is like one of the most fucked up conspiracy cover-ups in American history. So this is worse than Watergate. This is like worse than the JFK assassination. This is one of the worst fucking things that's happened in American history in reference to the government bamboozling and defying the American people.
All right.
So much internal shit that just like obviously been not released, like investigations into the death, or there was none, or the reasoning behind not pursuing the list of co-conspirators that they themselves said there were 8 of. I think 8 were listed. Where's the memo? Where's the discussions about why not go after them? Like, there's so much missing. So.
I'm sorry to yap about this, but the Trump administration went to the Southern District, the federal district that was in charge of Jeffrey Epstein getting charged, and they said, oh, well, we've given permission to the Southern District to release the grand jury indictments that would reveal Alex Acosta and his negotiated plea deal. And the Southern District said, hey, we don't release grand jury shit because that's in violation of all these local federal norms. You have the full permission from the Congress to release the files. And the Trump administration has effectively ignored those rulings. And my suspicion is that what happened is Alex Acosta got the tap on the shoulder that Jeffrey Epstein is a well-connected guy who knows a lot of compromising information, and therefore you need to give him the most minimum sentence possible for sex trafficking teenage girls. And that would be revealed by the release of these files, and they have been obfuscated by the Trump administration and are still in the Trump administration's possession. So for me, that's like a fucking, you know, if it's a nothing burger, then I'll eat crow. But for me, talking about nuclear fucking weapons, that's like a political nuclear weapon that's set to go off whenever it's actually released.
All right. Well, just because these other ones aren't questions, I'll put this one up because Leah seems to be responding here. It says, "Do you think Trump himself is personally to blame?"
I don't know if they're asking me, but yes, like specifically, yes. Trump could direct Pam Bondi to comply, could direct Kash Patel to comply. Kash Patel and Pam Bondi have played hot potato with the files, where I think the DOJ released redacted files and then said the files were still with the FBI, and then the FBI blamed the DOJ for while they were redacted. They're literally playing. Okay, this is what happened. In the 80s, 90s, and 1000s, teenagers were sex trafficked using modeling agencies in order to pimp them out to rich and powerful people. That is not in dispute. The documents that actually show you who pimped out these women are currently sitting with DOJ unredacted. They will not release these files in compliance with the law. And I do think Trump, especially if you listen to Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, they said that when the Epstein law was about to be passed, he called them personally to bully them away from voting for this law. So yes, Trump is personally responsible. He's either an ephebophilic sex trafficking rapist or he's covering for ephebophilic sex trafficking rapists.
Yeah, it's obviously like the CIA is a lot invested in not releasing them. During the first Epstein arrest or whatever, he sent an email to the Pentagon to like tell these people that I'm intelligence. Like Epstein said he was intelligence, and the CIA like sent a message back or whatever. We don't confirm or deny or any of it, but I mean, he's got a lot of connections. I won't even push the Israeli thing. I think it's obvious he's got a lot of intelligence connections, plus the Iran-Contra.
Weirdly enough, I wouldn't even fight you on that, because Iran-Contra was facilitated through planes that went into Israel before ground transport into Iran. It's not even debated. Like some high up Israeli intelligence officials had to have known that the United States was transporting weapons into Israel and then transporting them by ground into Iran in contradiction to American sanctions against Iran. That's just like, and Jeffrey Epstein was the facilitator of that action. That is like in my opinion, without dispute.
Yeah, I think one is he was intelligence, and then the actual discussion is who is he who is he working for?
He still could be, and I saw like a CIA person break this down. He could still be a private person, okay? But he could be a private person who was a fixer for intel agencies. So as an example, prior to the Iran-Contra affair, what he did was there was a British arms manufacturer that wanted to sell fighter jets to Saudi Arabia in the mid to late 1980s. And so, but the Saudis, they want some sweetener. They want millions of bucks. They want some prostitutes. They want some alcohol. They want some parties. They want this. They want that. And allegedly, according to the documentary that I watched about it, Jeffrey Epstein was the guy who set up the parties, the whores, the bribes, the whatever. That way, this British weapons manufacturer could sell weapons to Saudi Arabia.
All right. We got Tiny Pink Nuggets of Chaos coming in. Let's go. 91 more subs to hit 10K. I know we're so close. Everyone sub up. All right. We're so close to the 10K. And then I have to try and beat my marathon record, which I'm not looking forward to. We got Micah Hegland gifted 1 membership. Thank you. Oh, actually gifted 2 memberships. Thank you very much, Micah. Spartacus for 10 said, Jack, you're going to let the woman stay ahead of you? Number 10, weak sauce. Tell him, Spartacus. Thank you for that. And then Leo Bobia with another follow-up for 5 says, I think we're unlikely to ever see the full OG files. The Dems refused to release them for years, could have doctored or destroyed any number of them.
I think that's post hoc reasoning. I think that what you kind of know consciously, subconsciously, whatever, is that this will damage people that you might like. And the fact that it's been swept for 10 or 20 years does not affect my calculus at all. This happened under the Bush administration. The alleged cover up or whatever continued under the Obama administration. It continued under Trump 1. It continued under Biden. It continued under Trump 2. It doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like literally covering it up should be viewed as you are complicit in the cover up of I say ephebophilic to be specific, but it's a pedophilic sex trafficking ring. They specifically took girls from 12 to 18. They recruited them with lucrative modeling contracts. They flew them out to New York, Arizona, and Florida, and then they encouraged them to have sex with powerful men. 1, so Jeffrey Epstein could get clout and influence, and 2, arguably, this hasn't been proven yet, but arguably to get blackmail on powerful people. And so I would, there is no world in which you will tell me the Democrats are also guilty, therefore we shouldn't release it. I think that's post hoc rationalization and cope.
Yeah, it is both parties, and I maybe destroy. They might destroy some, but but the CIA is better than anyone about would be better than anyone about hashing the integrity of files and ensuring that they weren't doctored at all. It's relatively easy to see if something has been changed, but not necessarily what has been changed. So, yeah.
All right. Another gifted Counterpoints membership from Vazaraka. And then we have, what do we got? About 2 minutes there. And we got 2 questions in the questionnaire there. So why should we care that the Israelis are making greater Israel and screwing over the locals in the Middle East?
Because our cover for them gives us blowback on us. So as Casey correctly alluded to in one of their statements, the Sabra and Shatila massacre was blamed on the United States because we covered the IDF when they retreated from Lebanon. So if Israel does annex southern Lebanon, the West Bank, and Gaza with our assistance, then jihadist terrorists are not just going to attack Israel. They're also going to attack the United States.
Yeah, obviously. And I mean, how do we go around? How do we posit like that we're doing things like for democracy, but we're okay with 4 million Palestinians for 75 years not being able to vote on anything? Like, it makes us just seem everything we do would is we don't have values. Like clearly we don't have values. If we don't care about that, then what do we care about? Obviously, it's not about democracy if we allow that to continue.
And trust me, like I try to, just because I have a lot of Jewish friends. I was raised with the post World War II narrative of Israel, all that kind of crap. I try to steelman Israel's position as maximally as possible. It's really hard, like impossible for me to steelman the annexation of southern Lebanon and the expulsion of 600,000 Shiite Muslims. It's just ethno-religious, like it's literally just ethno-religious cleansing. That's all it is.
All right. And with 10 seconds left, we'll get this last question in. Why not? In what universe is it realistic that we could be friends with the IRGC who whack their own people and fund and facilitate terrorism on the West?
Well, but again, it's not against the West. It's they fund groups that as against Israel. But there's like this notion that Connor didn't go there, but like they just hate Jews or something. But meanwhile, there's like hundreds of thousands of Jews in Iran, and for some reason, Israel decided to bomb a synagogue in Iran. I don't know. Maybe they're their own kind of Jews, I guess. I don't know. But like they're obviously, if Israel had peace with its neighbors, then we wouldn't have a problem with Iran. I believe that. I don't think they are beyond negotiating with or talking with, even if they are currently have a very negative opinion of us.
I disagree. I don't think it's rawly geopolitical. I think it's partially religious, and I think it's also part of our meddling in their affairs due to the world's energy supply. I think that us supporting the Shah and trying to continue to support the Shah against the Iranian Revolution, our meddling in the Iran-Iraq war, I think that's all related to the energy supply, and so they have plenty of reasons to hate us for that stuff as well. Additionally, in reference to religiously conservative Islam, there's a more tepid translation of Islam that just says, believe in God, do good works, believe in the last day, Muhammad is his messenger, and go on the Hajj if you can. That would be like the chill interpretation of Islam. But then there's a less chill interpretation of Islam that effectively says that if the United States, through secular degeneracy, is corrupting the minds and spirits of people and effectively condemning them to hell, then we are the great Satan who should be opposed spiritually, militarily, in any way possible. Because effectively, this plane of existence is a shadow of the world to come. And therefore, if we're corrupting people and sending them to hell, we are really, really, really bad. So.
All right. So that right there is going to wrap up the Q&A for tonight. Thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, and the support. It's what allows me, excuse me, to keep bringing these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. I appreciate every single one of you for that. And of course, huge thank you to the debaters as well for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Before we move on real quick, are either of you planning to stay for the open panel tonight?
Unfortunately, I have to be live on Valor Media Network at 9:30 a.m. and it always takes me an hour to decompress from this stuff. So
yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. It takes me a while after stream too. I get it.
Yeah, the blood's pumping. You've been yelling at people. It's hard to settle.
I'll stay on. I'll stay on for a bit, and I want to apologize for the disconnect. Both to my partner. Sorry for disconnecting. Speakeasy.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good.
I appreciated the debate. I thought it was an extremely low blow to compare me to Teriyok, but that's fine. I'm over it.
My apologies. My apologies.
Damn, Teriyok out here catching strays.
I know. All right. So sometimes I throw some elbows, but Casey, what I would say is that I think similar to Teriyok, which I understand might be an insult, I do feel like you have a decent command of an assortment of historical facts that serve your narrative well. I just think, for me, at least my perspective, it is the IQ graph. You're at like the 110, IQ graph where it's like America kind of bad. Whereas I just want to like push you a little bit further, but it's okay. We'll do that another time.
Awesome. So here's what's happening next. We're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It's going to run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, do whatever you need to do before the chaos and chill begins. During the outro, I'll drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come in ready to think, question, and debate, obviously. And if you're coming up to try and just like troll, bring personal dramas, anything like this, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted really quick. So while you're ahead with this idea, just quit it. All right. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you go subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well so you don't miss out any upcoming Swords of Reasons battles, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the chaos and chill.
tunnel where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpened fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. This is the season. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason. Oh.
And we're back. We had two more back there. I don't know what happened. They just popped right out at the last second. But we're back. We're back. Welcome in, Premonition.
Thank you, dear. Casey,
Yeah.
I have never seen. I know I'm old. I have never seen that that kind of AI over a face before.
Mhm.
I'm astonished. What do you have? Alienware or something? Do you have like some $1 million computer, or can anybody do that?
It's not that bad. Yeah. You're gonna need like maybe like 800 or $600 to $700 GPU probably to do the whole setup, depending on what else you're doing. But that's just, yeah, depending on how good you want to render. But
Yeah,
it's
no,
not.
I'm just really impressed. I couldn't even. Yeah, and so I did want to say that as a side note. My son has Alienware that you can't even walk in the room with it because he'll shoot you. But yeah, and speak your music. I know I keep saying this. you are so gifted. And I don't know how you go about creating your music and then putting it together, writing it and then putting it together with the songs, with the, the musical part. I don't know how you do it, but you're gifted. I mean, beyond gifted. And then you add the imagery to it. And you really, and your numbers are going up. You're almost at 10.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there.
Almost
So
there.
close.
Hang in there, because it's going to happen. You're going to rock it up, and the day will come when none of us can even get in here anymore. You know what I mean? And
Well, no, I'm always gonna have my open panels.
oh, I know, but it'll be a line of like 500 people.
Oh, you're saying it's gonna be so many people want to get on?
Yeah, and so when
I don't know. I think the bigger I get, the less likely some people maybe to get on, because they'll get more nervous about getting in front of that many people. There's going to be some people are like, maybe I don't want to go up here.
I don't know. I think it because it's such a welcoming space. I just never forget that if you don't see our faces very often, we're right there. We're still going to be right there. I want to see you have success more than anything. I really do.
Well, I really appreciate that big time.
Yeah, I mean, from the heart, I do. You don't even know.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I've got kids that are your age. They're a little older than you, and I don't want to see kids struggle. And I really want to see you succeed. I really do. Anyway,
Thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, cool with your AI thing there. That I was so impressed with that. So I'll let somebody else talk.
Darth Pseudo, welcome. What do you guys? What did you guys think of the debate? Where you guys stand on the topic? Anything you have specifically you want to ask Casey or anything?
Well, I find it interesting that the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz now, we're forcing everybody to buy oil from us, which actually, in my sorts of reason debate, I pointed that out and I was not confident in it, and now it's kind of playing out in real time, which I find super interesting.
Yeah, I think like I've heard like our oil companies like complaining about the situation, but I'm not clear why it would be bad for them.
They're the ones that set the
frankly.
prices. It's all propaganda. That's
I just
kind of
want to
where I
say
was-
shout out to you, King Blackout member for 22 months. Legend. Let's go. Bears best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. That's what I'm talking about. And by the way, King, and I see JS there. I hope you guys liked the updated verbal combat characters. I'll load a couple in here so everybody can see what I mean. But like, I found a way to make them like more realistic looking, and they're like they look badass now. So I'll show you guys a couple in a few minutes. But just wanted to say I hope you guys like the update on them. But sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, we're interested in that. You guys want to know what I think? Okay, this whole war was completely. I don't care what anybody says. We needed a rest from the chaos. The United States needed a rest, and I don't care what anybody says. This war was a mistake, and I also don't care what anybody says. I think that we're following the dictates of a different country, which is humiliating beyond belief. And this war, there was no urgency to this war. Nobody was hitting anybody. You know what I mean? There weren't before we firing missiles. There weren't missiles flying around right now. Unless it was on small levels, but we needed a rest and we needed some promises kept. And one American life makes it all not worth it. And we've lost guys that didn't need to be lost.
Can I say this in the most polite way in the history of time? Hopefully.
Yeah, to me you can.
I
Yeah.
lost a lot of family members to this shit.
So
I
do you agree with me? Or are you
No,
opposed to
quite
this?
the opposite. How many? Yeah, one American life is too much. End it. This
Yeah.
needs to be over. It's been going on for way too long.
Well, then you
It's-
agree with her.
Right. That's
Oh,
what
okay.
I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying this was ridiculous. It didn't need to happen. Nobody was firing on anybody. The Strait of Hormuz was working. The oil was working. And I also know that there's insider trading going on with the oil right now. People are getting extremely wealthy that were already wealthy, and they're getting richer, which I'm not appreciating very much. I don't know what happened, but we got sold down the river.
Can I
So-
chime in?
And when you see like the U.S. like radars like being blown up and shit, like somewhere there's a company that like makes those radars, and they're thinking, hell yeah, blow them up, and like those people probably have connections to the people who started this war, practically.
Yeah, I actually do stocks, and I mean I am a very small investor, but I'm watching what's going up, what's going down. I'm good at it. I've been doing it a long time, even though I'm a small investor because I'm a poor person. But yeah, there's definitely insider trading going on all over the place with this, and it's there was no thought given to the expenditure of human life. It was also promises broken to us. And I have adored our president since the late 80s. So my disappointment level is inconsolable. I wasn't expecting it.
Pseudo, are you on the opposite side of this? Like you think the war is justified?
Here's where I stand. I mean, nobody likes war, right? This is going to happen, and there's nothing we can do about it. If Kamala Harris was elected president, this would be happening. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm a huge Trump guy. I'm not exactly happy about this war, but if anybody can get us a possible good outcome out of it, I don't know if it sounds kind of stupid, but Trump's the guy I trust to do it. I mean,
But why did we start it in the first place?
Well, also, can I ask the obvious question? Why are we still negotiating with terrorists?
Because you
why?
don't want them to go to war, I guess, right? But real quick, I just want to say to the chat, we're only the open panel is going to be until 1 a.m. Eastern time, and if we hit if we hit 300 by then, we'll end on a hot seat, and if we hit the 1,000 by then, we'll end on a verbal combat origins. But yeah, you guys have a little bit over an hour. Or else we're gonna wrap up at 1 because I got a lot to do tomorrow, so we got to make it a little shorter than normal.
Well, and we can make it short. Because I've already had to take my meds, so I won't be here very long. But that was a good. You guys did a good job on the debate. I enjoyed that, and
I realized we were stuck on like the Iraq War forever. Once you started defending Iraq War, I'm like, okay, let's do it. Like, oh, we're gonna stay here as long as we can. Then,
I mean, who's really pro war? I mean, like nobody wants war. Sometimes it's necessary. I don't know if this was necessary, but I just think it was going to happen regardless.
But it wasn't
why?
necessary right now. Everything was just rolling. I thought everything
How
was.
long are we supposed to push it down the road, though? Like, how long are we supposed to? It's been 47 years.
But
of
what
this
were we?
regime.
problem?
I mean, why?
What was happening?
Why? What? Okay, so those guys were relative to my knowledge, and I've lost touch with the Middle East, but those guys seemed to have been just working on their own deal. I don't know why the Israelites or the Jews or whatever you want to call them are attacking Lebanon.
All
I
right, can I ask?
understand that these are all Muslims.
Greater Israel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Premonition. You're awesome, Granny. I love you. What do they need enriched uranium for? They're not building power plants out of it.
They need it in case they want to make a weapon, which they hadn't decided to, but they had previously agreed to not do that. But we ripped up the deal, so we could have just remade the deal.
Okay, the deal. Here's my problem with the deal. 30 days notice before an inspector can even plan an inspection of their facilities. Then it's 28 days past that, and they did not allow any American or Israeli inspectors. It was Iran got to choose their own inspectors.
No, we agreed on a third party to be referee. And as
Okay.
far as the 28
Fuck
days, do you know how long do you know how long it takes to make a nuclear or a uranium enrichment facility?
Yeah, I do.
That's actually-
They were way past 5 or 10%.
That's actually
Okay,
on us, right?
I-
Because we should have never agreed to third party. Fuck that. We got
Yeah,
CIA
Yeah,
spies,
we're the
and
one-
the whole fucking shit, and we can't verify
We're the
it
one
ourselves.
that lied about Iraq having things that we were supposed to check. We're the untrustworthy
It's
ones in
irrelevant.
this.
But that's irrelevant. How is that?
Why
How
would
is that
they-
relevant? That's correlation.
Why would they trust us?
That's correlation, not causation. Okay, I hear you on that. I was against going in. I was against going into Iran, but I'm saying we don't know what we don't know. There are things that we're not going to be told the truth on. We can't be given all the information. Okay, like let's say I'll give you that. Okay, let's say we went into Iran under false pretenses. Okay, and that there wasn't evidence of WMDs. Okay, I'll even grant you that doesn't necessarily mean this is the same thing. That's all. We don't
why
know what
we're
we don't
not
know.
a trustworthy party. The idea being that we could say at any time that they fucked up or they had something that they didn't, and then we would just go to war over that. So it's not if the 28 days is too much. Do you think that's too much? Although the people that were involved in negotiating thought that was a decent amount of time, considering the amount of time it takes to create the facilities to enrich uranium. Like they thought it was an okay amount of time, but
I don't trust those people.
even if the JCPOA wasn't a great deal, that doesn't mean you can't make a different deal with better terms.
Well, here's what I think. I think if maybe somebody else would have made that deal, but Barack Obama let them bend him over the table with no grease while they were standing there banging on the tables, chanting "Death to America, Death to Israel." It was a bad deal. And when Trump came in, they're so hard-headed and stubborn. They said there's no way they were going to make a deal with Trump, and I don't think there's a chance they're going to make a deal now outside of just forcing their hand, so they have no options left.
They never said they weren't willing to deal. Trump ripped it up. He never attempted to make another deal. And the two times that we were in negotiations with Iran were both cover for us planning on attacking them. We randomly broke negotiations to bomb them both times.
They didn't. They said they were willing to deal, but they said stopping enrichment was off. That's why Trump said deals off.
100%.
Listen,
We're not negotiating
get-
with terrorists, but he'll act like he is.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? He says a whole bunch of bullshit so that you focus on that.
See,
We
I
don't really know what's going
yeah.
on.
I don't know that we. I know that we don't know that a single thing we've been told is the truth. Not one single thing. They tell us what they think that all the dummies want to hear, and we don't know the truth of any of it. I do know that Netanyahu has been screaming that they're going to have a nuke and they're going to fire it off for literally 40 years. They're going to have a nuke in 2 days. They're going to have a nuke in 2 days. But really, if you guys think about it, Now, I am pro-American. So these guys make me nervous. The severing of heads makes me very frightened. Okay.
Right?
I don't like that. Don't like that stuff.
Yep.
Okay. So they scare me. But have they, other than in the 70s when all when Carter did what he did and all that, to my recollection, the Iranians have never fired a nuke anywhere. Is that correct?
They've
Yeah,
never
they've
been
killed
allowed to
American
have.
soldiers. They've killed American soldiers, thousands,
When?
thousands of them.
When? Where?
But they
When?
chant death to America.
Yeah,
That's why they
when?
cannot
Yeah, they
have.
hate America.
Yeah,
Not on
They're
American
allowed to
soil,
hate America.
obviously.
But
We
have they-
couped their government
soil.
twice. They're allowed to
have
hate
they-
us.
Everything that isn't Islam. It's literally jihad.
Here's another point that
There's
I
hundreds
like.
of thousands of Jews in Iran. Hundreds of thousands.
But have they actually killed? Have they attacked us? And I'm really asking. Because I
They
know that
have.
the Russians.
They confirmed kills on military bases across the
When?
Middle East.
When?
Just look it up.
You mean after we attacked them? You mean after we attacked them?
You mean after we?
Yeah,
Like,
after
are we
bombed
like?
This
Are we
is-
like stuck in a timeline that like we forgot like
it's back and forth.
basically
back and forth,
everything from 2002 prior? Like
2002.
it's
Do tell.
2002 when the fucking timeline started.
Well, tell us
What-
the information we don't
what-
have.
What about all the the way they affect trade, bombing cargo ships? This is before
9/11,
Trump
yeah.
got in office. It was going under Obama, under
Bombing
Biden.
cargo. Oh, you mean the Houthis?
I didn't know the
Yemen.
Iranians. I do remember they did get a hold of one of our ships, our fast boat, and they held our guys.
Wait.
That was very humiliating for us, and that was not called for. But have they been attacking cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz all this time, or has everything been running smoothly? I'm actually asking. I don't actually know.
I could be wrong. I thought they have.
Gentleman
Once
is referring to the Houthis started taking cargo from the Red Sea when the Gaza bombing started. So the Houthis are a government of Yemen. So
Hold up.
They are not actually Iran. They're a separate
Again.
government, a different state.
Do we not have memory of anything that happened before 2002? And I'm going to say
inform us.
it.
Say it.
9/11. You remember the like airplanes that fucking got flown
Yeah,
into
yes.
fucking buildings? That was
They
that
were a
not an
plurality
attack?
was from
Was that not an
Saudi
attack?
Arabia.
Those were
That is not
Saudis.
Iran.
Yeah,
not
and what are they
Houthis.
doing now? What are
But-
they
but-
doing now?
But they were Saudis. That every single one of those guys was a Saudi.
They were Hezbollah. They were
No,
the
that's
Houthis,
different.
Whatever
No,
the
no,
fuck.
no,
They were
no.
Muzis. They
Wrong.
were fucking
Nope.
Muzis. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I
No.
know they were Muzis, but they were out of Saudi. They were
There's
not
a
out
totally,
of
Tell
totally
us where
different.
they're
It's the other Islam. It's there's the Shia and the Sunnis, right? We were attacked by the Sunnis, the
Oh my
Sunni
god, are you defending
extremists.
Islam right now? Is that what's
Hey,
I-
happening?
I'm saying that you're blaming
I gotta jump out. I'll be back. Okay.
something that they didn't even do. Blame Saudi Arabia for shit that Saudi Arabia did.
Fuck that. I'm blaming Islam.
Yeah.
Doesn't
and I
matter
agree.
where they came from.
I see. They do. They
Islam.
terrify me. So, okay. So what should we do?
Sorry,
with
I'm
the-
not being nice, but I mean,
No, it's.
Jesus,
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So what should we do? What should
end
the
it.
world?
Pull the band-aid off.
What should the whole world do to all of them? Because they are everywhere now. I mean, okay, the Russians tried to fight in Afghanistan. They got
End it.
driven out of there. We tried to fight in Afghanistan. We got driven out of there. I mean, literally, the Russians they fought for 20 years, and then we went in there and fought for 20
Don't
years.
care about them.
They're all Muslims. So you've got
Yeah, I care
Pakistan.
about here. Right.
You've got Pakistan, Afghanistan, Jordan, Arabia, Egypt, Dubai, that whole Lebanon, all of these, they're all Muslim. What do we do with all those people?
Tell them who's boss. That's what we should have been doing this whole fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
We are the best. And if you don't like it, fuck around and find out.
No,
unfortunately, a whole bunch of politicians beforehand didn't do that, right? But now we got one that is, and they're like, but he's not nice.
How many
Fuck
Muslims
being
are
nice.
there in the world? Like a billion? Like a
Who
billion?
cares?
Like literally a billion?
Okay.
What are you
I
attributing
didn't
to
say
these people?
Muslims. I
Oh, you
was
didn't say, what do you say
specifically
then?
talking. Well, I did say Musis, but no, I'm specifically talking about Islam, and I will not back down on that. Islam is a
Islam,
thing that needs to not be a thing.
Muslims. Muslims are Islam. Islam is Muslims.
And
So
there
are
are
you
2
defending
billion of those. And
No, I'm
again,
saying-
yeah, I just know there's 2 billion of them, and now they're everywhere. So they're no longer contained. They're everywhere.
So death to America, is that what you're defending right now?
Oh
they're
no.
allowed to not like us.
Well, no, I'm not defending that in any way.
I'm asking Casey.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Grant.
They're allowed to not like us, and they have good reason.
Hello, esteemed company. How are you guys?
Hi.
Konnichiwa.
It's nice
Chilling
to
like
see
a
you
bin.
here.
Yeah, well, anybody that knows me knows that my strong suit is not geopolitics, right? But maybe you can educate me a little bit. I didn't catch the whole debate, but I'm sure the uranium refinement came up at some point. I read that it was 60% before the strike, right?
Mhm.
But there was apparently some time before that where it was at a more civilian level of like 3% or whatever, which is what you typically use for things like power and things like that. So what was a time frame that happened when they went from 3% to 60%?
Okay, so before the JCPOA, they were up to 20%. This is before Obama started dealing. They were up to 20%. They in the agreement with Obama.
Wait, who?
It says Obama made a deal with them in 2015. So they were at 20% enrichment before 2015. So they're making a deal.
Oh.
The deal says they can't go above 4%. So we take their uranium that's above that. We agree on a third party that's going to check their shit. That some international nuclear blah.
International nuclear power or something like that. Yeah, I read about that. Like it's
Yeah.
an agency. Yeah.
They kept their side of the bargain. Trump gets
So
monopoly
just
inside-
wait. Sorry, not to interrupt, but just so I understand the time frames. So they went from Obama made the deal in 2015. They were around 20%. They made the agreement. They dropped down to like I guess 3%.
Correct.
And then sometime after. Okay, and then so when did they start to go back up?
After Trump rips up the deal. So there is no deal anymore. So they took back their,
when did that happen?
2018? 2019? So they're free to enrich because there is no rules. There is no agreement.
You guys do know that if they wanted, the Chinese, especially via North Korea, could get whatever they wanted in there to them in the matter of a week. They have it all. It's all done. I mean, if so the checking the enrichment and things. Does anybody else in the world check on anybody else's progress on their weaponry?
We're supposed to.
But we're supposed to be investigated by other countries?
So
we
what
investigate ourselves,
you
but
are
we're
the
supposed to be
superpower.
investigating them. Yeah, we are the boss.
So it seems like, from what I'm reading, it's like going from like 3% to 20%. Generally speaking, can take like 2 years, 3 years.
Sounds right.
And then later stages going from 20 to 60 is a much faster process. So it's like it seems like the higher you go, the faster it becomes.
Right.
So you
I heard
said
that
that Trump ripped up the deal in what year?
2018.
2018. So and the next time they checked in was when?
There's no checking in.
Well, how did they know? How did
That's
they
a little
know?
fishy, isn't it?
Well, how did they know they were at 6% if they didn't check in?
Right.
Strike.
Well, it's
How do they know?
very hard to
Because the Iranian leadership came out and they said, "Yeah, we're at 60%," and they tried to use that as a weapon. They tried to use the fact that they had 60% enriched uranium as a negotiating tool.
Interesting.
It is
The mere fact, one
it
second,
sets
Casey,
off
the mere
alarms.
fact that
It's very
we're
detectable.
sitting here acting like
This
a
is
regime
ridiculous.
that
Yeah.
literally killed tens of thousands of their own citizens are now all of a sudden going to come to the table and make a deal if they pinky promise is laughable. The fact that that's even like a suggestion that this regime is going to be legitimate in an actual deal is laughable.
Yeah,
Why
that's
is
the
that?
other. That's the other
Why is that?
factor there. That if they did come out with a deal, would you be able to trust it?
Well,
But that's
we
how
made
you
an
know that
agreement
that's
to.
Trump's plan, right?
We agreed on a
There
referee
is no
before.
negotiating. There is no negotiating. This whole talking point is just him being able to manipulate and totally do the thing.
So just
Right.
so I'm understanding what you're saying there, Darth, is what you're saying is that everything he's saying is a lie.
Mm. Well, everybody assumes it's a lie, I guess would be what I'm saying.
Okay.
And he knows that they're going to dance when he says it, but yet he's surgically fucking doing the goddamn thing.
Why
Pardon
are
my
the
French.
Jews? How come that every time they get a ceasefire, the Jews break it? And why are the Jews hitting Lebanon right now and bulldozing Lebanon? Does it-
Hezbollah.
Huh?
Hezbollah.
Lebanon.
They went,
Because
yeah,
they're terrorists.
Hezbollah only exists because Israel went into Lebanon and started murdering people.
Yeah.
There
What?
was no
Of course.
Hezbollah. There was no Hezbollah before 1983. There was after 1985.
I'm having 420 flashbacks here. Am I that high?
No, it's not you.
Pardon my
Darth.
French again.
Like
I
the
believe
mere
Mahmoud
notion,
Barak.
like some of these like takes are just like batshit crazy. That the fact that
But that
if
that take is a Mahmoud
if
Barak.
Israel wasn't so aggressive, there wouldn't be all these terrorist proxies. But who's funding all these proxies? It's all coming from Iran. The fact that like 20% of Israelis are Arab, 16% of the total population of Israel is Arab Muslim. Arab Muslims can live in Israel, but Israelis cannot live in the surrounding states.
Well,
We're
but
supposed to act
also,
here like-
Where can't they live?
but on that, Tarek hasn't it been proven though that like Israel used Qatar as a proxy to fund Hamas too, a long time ago.
No,
They didn't.
the Hamas leaders
No.
use Qatar as a safe haven.
I know, but they funded them through Qatar.
Correct.
Well, technically, America funded Hamas.
I'm
And
not.
the
I'm not,
billions and
I'm
billions
not
they gave Hamas,
disagreeing.
that's
I'm not
kind of shit.
disagreeing, but I'm just
That's-
saying
but
that's a valid point.
No, it's not a valid point because it's like saying America funded Hamas, and the reason why
We
there's
didn't fund
Hamas is
Hamas.
because
Well,
of
yeah,
America.
we pay Israel a lot, so yeah, I guess you could make that claim.
No. What I'm saying is you directly gave money to Hamas, to Gazans
Yeah.
to try and quote unquote
No.
rebuild their infrastructure. And you
And
just
then
build
Yahoo-
tunnels and bombs.
They
And like this
literally
whole thing
killed
that
their millions
this whole thing
through
that
Hamas.
Casey's trying to go down is the same thing. It's like because you actually came to a bargain, came to an arrangement, and then said we'll give you money to build up and build skyscrapers like there is in Abu Dhabi, and then instead they build the bombs, and it's like, well, actually, it's your fault for agreeing. It's like, okay, if it's our fault for agreeing, we're gonna wipe them off the fucking face of the planet then.
Just wipe them out. Get done with them.
What's up, Bricky?
Welcome
Hey,
in,
Jay.
Ricky. Quick
How you
reminder
doing?
for you guys in the chat, everyone. If we're gonna be done in about 50 minutes, but if you guys hit 300 by then, we will end off on a hot seat. If you hit 1,000, obviously, you guys know we'll end on a verbal combat origins. All right, but we're pretty down, so I don't see us hitting 1,000. But if you want to hit that 300, there's still some time to do it. And real quick, I just want to. And Brick, before you ask, I'm actually working on yours right now as we're live. So I'm gonna do
Me?
yours too. Yeah, I'm working on yours right now.
What are you working on?
You're gonna see. So I've found a way that after I still can do all my custom shit to the verbal combat characters the way I've been creating them. And then I can enhance the fuck out of it to make it look real as fuck. So like they've been turning out badass. So let me show you.
Yeah,
what I do.
I showed my wife mine, man. She's like, "Oh, that's uncanny."
Yeah, here, look, here's Mose right away. Here's Mose. That's Mo's verbal combat character.
I love that.
It's fucking badass, right?
That's really cool.
We got here's Jeremy's updated character. I just did Jeremy's.
Wow.
That's his updated characters. That's his dogs. Like that's his actual dogs there too. Like
Nice.
He sent me a picture of each of his dogs, and I made characters out of them too. We got Teriak's updated character here.
He hasn't got arms that big. There's no way Teriak's got arms that big.
They're hiding, bro. That's why he wears long
Carnivore
sleeves.
diet.
Here's our current verbal combat champion, Leah Bobia. We had to add in the B theme to it. It's fucking turned out great. And like if you guys like zoom up on this shit, you'll see how much detail is actually in this shit.
Yeah, it's pretty high def.
Yeah, it's amazing. JS. Here's JS.
This was funny. It's so funny.
So good. The fucking dinosaur in the pyramid on his chest. It's so good, man. So good.
No, that's really cool. Those are really good.
Here's King Blackout, his character. So fucking good. Like I love these. These turned out so good. Prince of Dogs, his character. He wanted some claws added to him, so I added some claws in there too.
And a tail. He's got a tail.
Yeah, he always had the tail. Yeah. It's fucking so enhanced and like more defined, and everything looks more realistic now. It's so good. And if you notice behind him, I put the wolves instead of the bears. Yeah, it's fucking great. Here's Rob's updated character.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh my life. Rob's got bigger titties than the wife.
Fucking jacked up Rob. Here's Andrew's updated character.
Oh, that's
nice.
You actually caught him perfectly.
Right? So good, right? Here's my Shang Speakeasy updated.
Oh, that's
You still got woke hair color.
That's the point, motherfucker. And here's the wife. The wife's updated character looks fucking badass.
Yeah, she's a total badass.
It's great.
Yeah,
The updated shit looks fucking great. So if you
That's
guys,
so good.
if you want your character, if I haven't done yours yet, and you want yours updated, just hit me up and I'll do yours too, because it doesn't take too long to get it updated. So
you did say you were doing mine now. You said you were is that what you were working on mine now?
Yeah, yours is the one I'm working on right now. Yeah.
Right. I just really need to know this, right? Okay. Why the fuck am I this far down the list, right? Come on, easy.
Actually, I just discovered this while I was making Mo's character, and so I made an announcement for everyone to. It came out of me having trouble getting Mo's face on the character that I had made. That's where it started with.
I can see that.
I realized how much more I could do with this. I was like, yo. So like it was great. It was great. So I asked who wanted there first. That's why, Brick. I didn't even
I'm very, very, very happy.
You're asking, bro.
very happy with mine at the minute, right? Okay, I am. But what I don't want you to change is, the VK introduction where you've got like the new fighter one. You see that one where you play all the characters that you've got.
Oh
That
no,
one,
that's staying like that. Yeah.
yeah, because my arms are really jacked up on that one, right? Okay, I just keep them arms.
See your new one, bro.
Right. I mean, look
you
at
see your new one.
I mean, I'm looking at it in high def, So, oh shit.
Here, let me even. This is Bricky's character now, just so everyone can get a reference. This is him now.
Okay.
Right? And then when I'm done this, I'll share this. But yeah, chat. If you guys want a hot seat, get those fucking donos in. But yeah, go ahead and continue back on the topic. Sorry to distract you guys.
Wait, to drag off the topic a little bit, how I know artwork. How many hours is each one of those taking you?
Well, for a character, it depends how like personal I make. Some people sometimes will want just like, oh, give me a like for Raw Dog. Basically, I just made like a bulldog looking character, so like it was pretty easy. That one was pretty quick, but a lot of them I'm getting really personalized on and adding little like details and stuff that's really personal to the character. So those ones take a little longer. And like what I'm doing is like first I'm making the like clothing body parts and stuff, and then I'm adding the head, and then I have to like merge this in cleanly together. Sometimes I have a different head that I'm putting the faces on, and then I run it through a program to make sure it smooths everything together so it looks like it was all just one picture to begin with. And now I have this new thing that we're going through it where when we run it through, it enhances everything where it looks like real, like you can see sweat and everything on them. It's fucking crazy.
Fuck, I don't want that much detail on his easy. Come on, I don't want people to see the sweat running down us.
Yeah, I saw the new Swords of Reason art too. That looks really cool.
Right?
Yeah.
It's all wonderful. So are you talking like maybe 5 hours per?
It could be more. Yeah, I'd say like because I'm sitting down and I'm working on it, then I get away and do something, come back down. Like, yeah, we'd say like 5 to 10 hours, right?
Well, and while you're away from it, you're pondering what
exactly.
You're pondering
the premonition of he's eating food that the wife's made for him. He's filling his fat face with food that the wife's made for him, playing with the dog or the children.
I'm gonna be doing that soon, actually.
Hey, I used to use 3D Studio Max back in like 1999. I went to school for multimedia and web design. That was the most annoying freaking program to model anything in. It was such a pain in the balls. Like, it was so hard to get anything to look clean. Like rendering maps, and you had to go back and forth between like Photoshop. I couldn't even imagine doing the shit today. It's got to be way more fun.
I don't see any way that it can't all work. I don't see any possible way. I think you've hit every single target, and I just don't. We just have to wait and watch.
So that's why you need the fucking donos in, people. Right? Okay, this man puts a lot of work and effort into these streams. You want a hot seat? Okay. You want more of this? Come on, couple of quid. If not, I'm gonna have to get my teeth out. Just let us loose on the chat. Easy, I'll tell you. I'll rob the lot of them.
Can just rob every one of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got to have a few quid each between them, haven't they? You know. I'll get Teriyaki to help us.
If they all have it in cards, then we're fucked.
Oh shit! I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
The reason that we're kind of
hang it upside down and shake out all the loose change.
Hey, we got another 26 towards the hot seat. Let's fucking go. Let's go. I gotta add that to the dono bar in a minute.
So did it work? Did me robbing the chat work?
No, I was already doing it. Fucking take 2 beers worth of money and do it too.
Oh my god, you sound like you've had a lot more than 2 beers.
This is a mean Darth, the panel too.
Yeah.
Watch out, Bricky. He's gonna scold you.
Every day I
It's
keep saying I'm
cool.
done, I'm done. I can't give no more. I'm done. I'm done. I look at like last month, I think it was like $300 or something like that. Like just a little 5s and 10s. I was like, holy shit! But whatever,
That's
man.
worth it, though, isn't it? It's absolutely worth it.
It is 100%. Like sometimes though, you know what I mean. Like,
Also, I was nice yesterday. If
Mm.
y'all want to go and check, I was nice yesterday.
No,
Monday's my
no, you
nice
know,
day.
by
From
all,
now
yeah,
on
by all
with it.
means, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
always do what I can.
Yeah, switch it up.
Yeah, I'll check. I'll check that one out at a later date. Not.
So about that topic,
Yeah.
Well, you know why we keep sliding off of it, I think, is because none of us actually know. We all
What the
know
topic
none of
is?
us actually know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. We don't know the truth. It's like watching a ping pong match or a tennis match. None of us have any idea what's actually happening. And I think we all innately know that we're not being told what's actually going on.
But it's justified. It definitely is.
But what's justified? I mean, there's so many moving parts right now.
Should Iran not be taken out by any means necessary, just because of the threat that they've posed over the decades and the what they've said they'll do? It's not really it's not a hard option to make, is it? Just take them out, incapacitate them, get them on their knees, and get them begging for mercy.
What threat? What have they done?
Take out 100 million people?
Why are they dangerous? Why are they dangerous? Why?
Hello, funding terrorist organizations.
Yeah, you mean their allies in Lebanon?
Well, I would say the reason they're dangerous primarily is Islam.
Okay, well then go after Saudi Arabia or an extremist Islamic government then. But they start the attack
like Iran,
wherever.
An extremist Islamic government like Iran.
Yeah, that's
what we're doing.
It's much more.
At least in Saudi Arabia,
simple that is.
they let women drive and shit, right? Am I wrong on that?
Recently, they allowed women to drive. They could always drive in Iran.
But with the exception of the quest for acquiring land, every single battle, to my knowledge, I mean, I'm sure there's others, but has been fought over religion for the last 2,000 years. We've been doing this for 2,000 years. I mean, from all over the planet.
Here's a question for everyone who is very, not say that I'm like pro-war in general, but people who have a problem with this. I mean, under your opinion, do you think there's such a thing as a righteous war?
Depends what side you're on.
I guess.
But you're asking people who are pro-war? Oh, you're asking me. Like, yeah. Like I said that.
No, I don't.
There would be legitimate reasons if like international law is broken. I think international law should be the like. Did someone do something wrong? Like, what's the law? Like I have no problem with America World Police if we actually have some abiding principles that we would also apply to ourselves. But that
so you mentioned international law there. What is that the primary criteria that you would say it needs to be crossed?
Yeah, it'd be a good starting point. Things like the Geneva.
So what if there's a case?
So what if there's a case where, I don't know, like international law is not technically being violated, but there's clear intel or threat that something needs to take place?
I
guess what I'm asking is like, what is the metric that you put on your country to say that they are right in taking action? Is it just international law?
International law, I don't have a problem with us having a problem with them having nukes. Like if that is the basis, like I could see why that would be a thing, but it is not a just war because we simply didn't allow negotiations to negotiate with them at all. And we had an agreement with them.
What is your definition of a just war?
A just war to a war that
is justified.
Objectively would be saving a group of people that it cannot be so easily pointed out the people who started the war actually don't care about the
Well,
the
if that's
rights
your
of the native
criteria,
people.
wasn't Iran like killing thousands of their own people? So would that qualify?
They seem to be pretty
So
happy.
you're talking about can you justify the war but with not using what the Pentagon
Well, no, I'm
is,
not trying to justify. I'm just curious what your justification is.
well what we know happened is what you're referring to. What we know happened is that there was an incident where armed people like attacked, and there were actual civilians that were killed, but there were also armed people that we armed that actually did attack IRGC. It was something like 200 IRGC dead and like 1,400 like civilians / unsure like dead or whatever.
No, I
that's
don't
what
know if that's like
actually
what
happened,
I'm
but that's
referencing.
How many
No,
people
no,
did they
and then
kill?
there
I
were
think
there were
How many
Iran
people did
is.
the IRGC kill?
I'm pretty
again?
sure there's been reports of
Of their
Iran
own-
like being tyrannical
Reuters-
and killing their own civilians, right?
Yep. A
Well,
whole
Brian
fuck
Frank's
ton of them.
family over there. It definitely
Reuters
happens.
said
That's all I can
1,000,
say.
so. Reuters said it was
Yeah, I got
1,000.
I have a couple of friends with family. It definitely
well-
happened. The Iranian people. are
I
happy
guess
with
I guess the number can. I don't know what the numbers precisely is, but would you say you mentioned that as one of the reasons? So would that fit your criteria?
We would actually have to know what happened. One, and I'm fine with that. Let's go with that. But that would be something where you would like sanction a country. Like you did something wrong, and therefore we're going to punish you with economic sanctions. Or something.
Who defines
Like,
what's
that's
wrong?
not an ongoing
motherfucker?
thing.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
basic
about?
morality that 99% of people just agree on.
What's
generally.
basic
So morality is
morality?
objective.
As I just said, that 99% of people just agree that like murder, for instance, isn't moral, right? We all agree on that, except for like cancerous fucking bros who want to debate morality on their own.
You done stepped in it, brother. I
Yeah,
hope you're
So,
ready for
Lee,
this.
So you're against
Ling.
abortion then?
I don't like abortion. Correct. I'm against abortion.
Yep.
So what was the thing called? I'm brain dead right now. The conventions of war, the rules of war that the whole world agreed to, the way you treat.
There are no fucking
Geneva
rules in
Convention.
violence. There are no rules in violence. That's made up
No,
bullshit.
The Geneva Convention.
That's a made up bullshit thing.
where you can't.
Oh, so when the Viet Cong were fucking
Yeah, I
scalping
know.
people and shit, I mean, there's no fucking rules. It's violence.
The Geneva Convention.
It's violent. No.
Okay, the Geneva Convention. It just shouldn't be up to the United States and Israel.
Who should it be up to?
Well,
Should we just wait until they fire upon
Who
us?
should it be up to?
We keep having the same argument.
No,
Like,
we're
we have to
not.
wait for
This
them
is
to actually.
actually
it's
a
like the
very
rules of
good
engagement.
point.
Rules
Who
of
should it
engagement.
be up?
Do we wait till we get attacked? Do we have to wait
Fuck your
till
rules of
we
engagement.
actually get killed before we fight back?
Stop raping goats, and we won't have to
Yeah,
fucking.
generally.
Sorry for the R word, but
If you don't wait till you're attacked,
GLM.
then you're the attacker. Then you're the bad guy.
I don't think anybody on either side of this is wrong. Just to
bullshit-ass
be clear,
harm
I'm just
principle theory.
interjecting here. You know, I mean, I get where both sides are coming from. I mean,
I'm
I
totally
don't
agree with that. I think you're talking bullshit. I think America is absolutely in the right, okay, and Iran should have been taken out years ago.
Thank you.
Why? What?
I say because radical Islam, they're fundamentalism.
Why? Why? Because 99% of the people I talk to agree with me, like you just said.
But they agree
Consensus.
with you that Iran should be overthrown. The Iranians don't agree with
Iran
They
should
don't
not
want
be
them
able to
wrong.
fund terrorist organizations, sit back and sell oil to China and Russia, okay? And to take, international waters, right, is a free passage. How the fuck does Iran get to charge ships for passing through there and plant mines and stuff like that when they can't even get them back out themselves?
They did that after
They're
they were
so
attacked.
backward. Okay, they're backward, right? Okay, they haven't got the IQ level to remember where they put the fucking mines to have to clear them, right? Them type of people should be wiped out. They shouldn't
They
sleep with
did
their
that
cousins and their
after
sisters.
they were fuck you. They did that after they were attacked. Like we broke all of the rules by attacking them. So
What
why
about
you
when
guys
What?
point to them breaking
What?
the rules?
When? Hold
What
on.
about when they
Give
took our
me a
When
sailors?
date.
we
on?
attacked
Took
Give me a
them,
date.
we
guys
attacked
hostage.
the
I want
Took
Iranian,
Americans
the
hostage.
sovereignty
Date.
of the Iranian nation by
You're full
bombing
of shit,
them.
bro.
I
Okay,
can't
the
take this
U.S. world
person
police
seriously,
can
mate.
bomb
Calls himself
whenever they
Casey
want.
Lee and has an AI
Whenever
picture
they
of a
want.
woman.
Uh-huh.
Look
I
up
can't take you
Iran
seriously.
in 1953.
What about it?
See how that looks compared to now.
Yes, we're to blame for that, by the way. A PS, we're to blame
So
for
Casey,
that.
when you say the Iranian people aren't for this, let's call it regime change, like where do you get that from? Like I'm saying, I'm just going by what a couple of people I know that have family
Yeah,
over there.
like, yeah, like
so I
the
don't know what the
polls,
majority is.
like the polls are like that 40% like actually don't like their government, but they also don't want to be bombed by the US. They don't want, they've seen what happens in Libya and in Syria and Afghanistan and Iraq. They've seen what happens to countries that get invaded by then bombed by the US, and that's like much worse than their current situation.
It's much worse than like it's much worse than like planes getting flew into
Just a
towers.
quick
Isn't
note.
it?
I looked up a little more information of the thing I heard, but apparently it was protests started in January. No, not January. Basically, the claim was 30,000 protesters. There was a protest that broke out in Iran, and 30,000 were reported to have been violently killed.
Yeah, in 2
By
days.
their own government.
They had 30 October 7th in 2 days, or
Yes,
50
because one sec, because the militias came in from the
for that.
likes of Lebanon, from the likes of Syria, from the likes of Iraq. They came in on mopeds, motorbikes with an AK-47 and just unleashed a full clip into the crowd. You also have footage of IRGC vehicles running down protesters in the streets.
There's evidence of violence, but not 30,000 over a weekend. That's fucking like that's actually.
Oh my
literally-
life.
One sec, Casey. The mere fact that you're now trying to downplay a regime that literally is killing their own citizens is laughable.
You don't get to do that. Me saying that there's no evidence of mass weapons of mass destruction in Iraq isn't me defending the Iraqi regime. It's just me pointing out the fucking reality of the truth.
Well,
I'm sorry,
okay.
that's fucking truth.
Let's say it wasn't 30,000. Let's say it was, I don't know. Let's say it was like 5,000. But just a moment ago, you mentioned that, that would be a criteria potentially to go and aid another country that are being oppressed. So would that not fit your criteria?
Okay, first of all, I would say that everyone arguing for this war was arguing before that happened. So I want to point that out. Two, I said that if it's is that not true? Is that not territory?
Your point is fucking retarded.
Well, I'm just asking if that. I'm not trying to dogpile or anything. I'm just trying to understand your worldview.
Like I said, that would be the type of thing to like you did an awful fucking thing, and we're going to make you pay for it. But it's like economically, right? It's not like an ongoing thing that you need to stop immediately. You need to go fucking stop that shit from happening. It's not an ongoing thing.
Goes to show, Mo, no matter what you say, no matter how much ground you cede, it'll always be, no, America's always the bad guy, Israel's always the bad guy, we're completely unjustified. But the terrorists, the freedom fighters, the terrorists are justified.
Israel are the fucking terrorists.
I hope he doesn't live here. Casey, I hope you don't live in America.
I fucking live in, I'm not gonna, I live in the US. What do you mean? Why?
Yeah, because you can't live in the country that you would like. You're clearly not an American citizen. You're clearly a gay black man, right? That's got Muslim tendencies, right?
You got gay black man.
Muslim adjacent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm renowned for this. I'm going to call you Lee because I don't want to call you Casey because you're a man, right? Okay, Lee. If you would. Lee, listen, I'm fucking speaking now, right? Take your turn. Okay. So if you were to go to Iran, okay, and act like you are now, you'd be thrown off a building, okay? Right or wrong?
Yes.
You said that's right or
So
wrong.
you're,
That would
you're,
be
you're very lucky. You're very lucky you live in the US and you can act like this. But why you're defending a terrorist funder organization, Hezbollah, all the rest of the Iran they fund with their oil production. They fund these terrorist organizations to attack the Western world.
No,
Is that right
they
or wrong?
don't. Look, I don't like Muslim. I don't like Islam. That I don't like Saudi Arabia. I don't like any of these fucking Muslim countries. But we're tackling this one for a reason, and it's because they annoy Israel. Because they fund the people that Israel wants to kill.
Well,
and
it's
they
going
do
to
kill.
incapacitate
They often
China
kill.
as well, isn't it? Though, really, it's going to put China on the back foot because China depend on Iranian oil, don't they? So let's face it. You know, there's a strategic tactic to this as well. And if you're just going to sit there like a woke leftist liberal and go, "Oh no, you shouldn't be killing people in war," that's what happens in war. Unfortunately, people die.
Yeah, we don't need to be at war.
And Casey, back to you mentioned Israel. So do you believe that it was Hamas and Hezbollah that committed committed the attacks on Israel on October 7th? That Iran is behind it and funds it.
They're not behind October 7th. They do fund Hezbollah.
They fund Hezbollah.
Hamas.
How do you know? How do you know they're not behind it? You said that with so much confidence. They're not behind it. Like, you've got intelligence.
It's just the idea that like these people would be fighting regardless if Iran like existed or not.
Bricky. Hey, Bricky.
Oh my God, there's Wolf of Avarice.
Hey, Bricky.
Avarice. Don't start.
How you doing?
Don't fucking start because I'll get premonition to tell you
Yeah,
off.
I
Right,
know.
okay?
Hey, Bricky. Hey, question. Why is it our job to fight a war? I mean, why aren't you guys fighting?
Because Britain bent the knee to Islam, and now they're being captured by the Islamists.
Because they're pussy bitches.
Why is it our job? Why do we have to die? Why do we have to die for your guys' fucking overrun?
To let us answer your question, if you just shut up for 2 seconds, right? Okay,
I'm just wondering why we have to die because you guys gave up.
Because what's the point of having a dog and barking yourself? Right?
Again, you're a dog barking that's not going to go bite right now. Apparently, why aren't you guys going to go fight? You guys are overran.
I would definitely go and fight alongside the US.
But you're not. But you're not. You're sitting here talking about sending our fucking soldiers off to go die on a fucking field, and yet your fucking countrymen aren't even going over there. Nay, your countrymen are helping promote other countrymen from other countries to be charged as war criminals.
Get your blood pressure.
Why should we even go to war? Why should we even go to war? When we come back and we're gonna, why should we go to war? No, I got a big ass cock that say we should not go to war.
Why are you talking about abortion?
I'm not talking about abortion.
Exactly. Stop attacking the man and attack the argument.
Again, I'm attacking the argument. Why are we sending people?
No, you're not.
Why are we sending people?
Why are you bringing up his nationality? Why are you bringing up his nationality?
I'm bringing up his people that have been fucking fought a war. We're not fighting his war.
Retract all that bullshit you came in here with. Retract all that bullshit you came in here with. Ain't no fallacious argumentation taking place on this panel, Avarice. Ain't no fallacious argumentation happening on this panel, boy.
Look, you never been to war. You never seen someone fucking die. You're
ad hoc. Keep doing ad hocs. That's all you have is fallacious argumentation.
Well, go to war then. Go to war and you die.
Make an argument then. Make an argument. Make a sound argument.
I've been to war. You go to war and die.
Oh my God!
Why you want to send our people? Why you want to send our people?
Real quick. Let's hear the arguments one at a time, and I just want to show you the difference in what I was talking about earlier. So this was Brick's old character. This is the update.
Oh yeah, that looks really good.
Oh, you've made us look like a Muslim.
What?
Alhamdulillah, habibi.
Have the tongue come out a little further before it angles down towards the top.
Listen, don't do that. Don't say stuff like that. Come on.
It looks perfect.
No, it's
perfect. Back in shipping.
It's really nice. Avarice is right. He's right, and that's what I've been trying to say this whole time.
He's not about this.
It's a fallacious argument, premonition. You're going against the man and not the argument.
I'm going against war. Why are Americans dying over there and without anybody, without
I'm
any
not. It's not fallacious. I'm saying, why does America have to go fight when your countries aren't even fighting?
You guys are the ones that were invading.
Nay, on top of it.
Do you see the way you're saying your countries? That is against the man. That is an
why does our country need? Why does our country need to be the only country fighting? Why does our country need to be the only one to go to war? Yeah, you can't come up with.
Israel's in this war as well. Don't forget about that.
Again, that's the one. That's the one we're killing. I got it.
How much money?
Avarice. I can tell you why our country has to go to war. Because we are the greatest country, and we are supposed to do this.
Have you been to war?
What is that?
Again, stop making fallacious accusations.
You don't like to send humans to death. You want to send humans to death, man. Why do you want to send humans to go die? You fucking idiot. Why do you want to send Americans to go die? Why don't we just go bomb them? Why can't we just bomb the shit out of them?
Do you believe in America?
Let's send an ICBM at them. I'm happy. ICBM. We don't need to send. We don't need to send people there.
Do you believe in America?
I believe in America that we're strong enough to bomb the shit out of them.
Okay, Britain stopped believing in Britain, and now look at Britain. It's a fucking shithole. So if you don't fight this war now, no one else is going to fight this.
I'm the only one here that's been to Iraq. I'm the only one here that's been to Iraq. Have I not? Anyone else here? Anyone else here? Because you guys don't even know what it's like. You guys don't even know what it's like over there. You want to send more Americans over there
because all you're doing is shouting and saying, "I've been to war.
You want to go send more people to go die on the battlefield because you know nothing. You know nothing of war. You know nothing of war. You want to go send more American citizens to go die on the field. Why aren't we not just go and bomb them?
It's not a justified war.
Again, why aren't we not go and just bomb the shit out of them?
Make a sound argument why this is not a justified war.
Because Americans ought not go die.
Again, tyranny. That's the response you gave. Tyranny. Because
what are you talking about? What are you talking
about?
So
wait, Teriak, is your position there should be troops on the ground?
My position, this is a justified war.
Well, that wasn't a question.
What's constant?
That wasn't my question.
You're not American. You shouldn't have any opinions on this, which is literally the definition of an ad-hom policy.
Hold on. Avarice is saying, "Hey, we'll just bomb the shit out of them and not put boots on the ground." Are you saying your position is you want to put boots on the ground?
No.
Oh. Okay, well then why would you?
Then we don't need war. Then we don't need war.
For the past 2-3 months,
then we don't need war.
Bombing the shit out of them. So why you been crying for the past 2 months, Avarice, about this? If all you've been doing is bomb the shit out of them.
I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'm saying we better not go to war. No boots on the ground. No boots on the ground.
You are being a bit of a bitch at the minute, Avarice, mate. You need your blood pressure tablets.
No, you guys never been to war. You guys never seen your friends die on the field.
All right, can I ask you a question?
So, hold on, actually, just real quick, I have a question for Avarice. Actually, Avarice, you're saying you want to like bomb the shit out of them, but are you concerned at all with the stockpile of missiles to do that? Because I think the Apache, Tomahawk missiles, they only generate like I think it's like 90 to 100 a year, and they expended. I think it was around. I think they're down to like 40% of their stockpile now. So is there any concern that would be an issue?
We have a stockpile of ICBMs we've never used.
Okay, so you're saying change the type of bombing.
What the fuck does that have to do with your argument?
Wait a minute, I want to say something.
We can just level the whole country, never worry about sending troops on the ground. No war necessary. No war necessary.
Retarded.
No war necessary.
Just wipe out 90 million people.
Look at you want to wipe out our own people. I'd rather not wipe out any Americans. Zero American lives lost.
These Persians won't even walk on your flag, you ignorant cunt. That's how much respect they have for America.
Zero American lives lost.
Here, wait a minute.
How many lives are lost a year just training for the military, Avarice?
Terry, be quiet for a second, please.
Anywhere between 200 to 400. So even to have a military, you're going to have American lives lost. You're not making any sound points.
Zero American lives lost in a war in Iraq.
Get him.
You cannot have a military without zero American lives lost.
Again,
so we're going to get rid of the military. Are we going to get rid of the military? Are you going to get rid of your military? Yes or no?
Why didn't you sign up for the military?
Yes or no?
Why did you sign up for the military? If it's so bad, why did you sign up for the military? If it's so bad, why did you sign up for the military?
Yes or no?
Answer my question. If it's so bad, I'm not going to answer your question. If it's so bad, why did you enter the military? If it's so bad, why did you join the military? You're young. Why don't you join the military? You're young. Join the military.
Answer my question. Are we getting rid of the military because it's on average 200 to 400 American lives lost per year to have the military? Are we getting rid of the military? Yes or no?
Again, you're not telling me why you didn't join the military. Why did you join the military? Why didn't you join the military?
No.
Why didn't you join the military?
You see the way you won't answer that question?
You're not answering my question.
You see the way you won't answer that question?
You're not answering my question.
You can't answer that question.
You see the way you're not answering my question. No, you're not answering my question. Why did you join the military?
Answer my question first.
Why did you join the military? Why did you join the military?
Answer my question.
No, answer my question. I've been answering all your fucking questions.
Anyone who has a dick on the panel, answer the question given to you. Go.
Anyone who has
Avarice can't,
penis.
so I guess that eliminates him.
Again, I don't want American lives lost in a war by declaring war on another country.
So we're getting rid of the military. So you agree with getting rid of the military then?
I do not want to declare war right now.
Are you getting rid of the military because on average it's 200 to 400 American lives? Okay, so you're willing to sacrifice 200 to 400 American lives? No, because I've taken your argument and I've used it against you now. I've used your own fucking argument against you, and now you're getting emotional because you know that I have you beat on this.
No, you're being stupid.
Because you didn't even check the reference. How many American lives are lost per year just having a military? You didn't even know that whole question, and then you came on here trying to make an emotional appeal about American lives when you don't know shit about your own fucking military. But you're going to tell us exactly how much ICBMs we have?
Yeah, you're
going to tell us exactly.
Everyone just shut the up.
Yeah, just keep getting loud, bud.
No shit.
Just keep getting loud. Answer my question. Why did your young self join the military? Why did you? You got nothing to say. You got nothing to say. You got nothing to say about it.
From an ad-hom?
Why did you join the military? Why did you join the military? Military?
It's an ad-hom. It's fallacious reason.
So you're ad-hom, man. Fallacious reasoning on all your shit.
You're asking me why I didn't join my own military. It's completely unrelated to the.
If it's so bad that we need to go to war with Iraq or Iran, if it's so bad we need to go to war with Iran, why aren't you joining your military to join us?
Avarice, can you fucking...
you can ad-hom me all you want, Avarice.
Why, if it's so bad, why are you not joining your military to join us?
You can ad-hom me all you want.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, so I have to answer questions, Speakeasy, but he's not allowed to answer any questions?
You see how emotional you are?
Making a point. It's the problem.
Avarice, let me say something to him. You guys, you gentlemen.
I said for both of you to just answer.
All right.
Yeah, but he doesn't. So the vagina doesn't get to answer any questions. Okay, I get how it goes.
Talk, please.
I don't give a shit about what a fucking woman has to say. I want to hear what Teriak has to fucking say to return my fucking answer.
He loves me. He loves me. It's okay.
So why don't you fucking contend? Why don't you join the military? Go fucking lose your life, Teriak.
Yeah,
if everyone's gonna fucking do it. Huh? Why did you do it?
It's against the man.
Okay, so tell me, why does America? Sure, why does America need to fight this war alone? Again, why does America need to fight this alone? Answer my question. Why does America need to fight this?
You're not alone.
Did you volunteer
Israel's
for that?
fighting with you.
No one's fighting with us. No one's fighting with us.
No.
You haven't signed up. You haven't fought anybody.
Premonition. It is an ad.
You cut us off.
Whether or not I've been in the military or whether or not I've not been in the military is irrelevant.
Spain, our own allies, made us go around them, you stupid fuck. No one's helping us. No one's helping us.
Israel.
So why do we have to fight it? Why do we have to fight a fucking fallacious war?
Is Israel fighting?
Again, why are you fighting? Why isn't our allies fighting?
Until you
I've said
why aren't our allies fighting? So I'm not helping. If our allies are fighting, if our allies are fighting,
military, I would have sent troops.
Then you should have joined the military. Get in charge. We're not fighting a war. I don't want to fight a war.
No reasoning. No sound argumentation.
No reason to fight another war.
Screaming and
we have
emotion.
no because you want to send our soldiers to go die. You want our people to go die. You want white American soldiers to go die. You want white American soldiers to go die. You're a fucking Israeli. You're a fucking Muslim. You're a Muslim Indian.
If I'm Israeli, then yeah, my country is. If I'm Israeli, then my country is right there, right beside you, buddy.
No, you're a Muslim.
If I'm Israeli, then my country's right there, right beside you. You shot yourself in the foot.
You're a
Avarice.
fucking.
My country's military is fighting alongside you. Then
Islamic. You're an Islamic incel.
Yeah, no, I'm Islamic.
You're an Islamic incel that wants American lives to go die.
Israeli.
You're an Islamic incel that wants American soldiers to go die. That's what you are.
Israeli. So
I
I'm
meant
fighting
Islamic.
alongside
You
this
know
war
I
with
meant
you.
Islamic. Shut the fuck
Who
up.
dies more? Avarice, who dies more if we don't fucking end this? You care so much about this, right?
Again, we can stay isolationists. We don't have to fight it.
Until these guys put on uniforms.
We don't have to fight this, Darth.
And help us.
Graham, that's not an argument. That's a fallacy.
No, go lose your fucking life. Let them take over your fucking countries. Let us fight our own.
My friend, Avarice, out of all due respect for you, but Avarice, please, Avarice, listen, honestly, I have the utmost respect for you, man, for going to war. I do, honestly, but as a veteran, I totally take my hat off to you. But do you
none of you guys know what it's like to lose a life. None of you guys know what it's like to lose a life on the battlefield. None of you guys know what it's like to lose a life on the battlefield. And you want to send more people to go do that.
Because anywhere between 200 to 400 American lives are lost just by having a military. So we're going to get rid of the military.
Again, you want to send more people to go die on the battlefield. You're an Islamic incel. You're an Islamic incel. That's what you are. You want more white American military to go die.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna dox myself real quick. If you want to look up Boeing and all the drones, I live right next to a huge. Well, I mean, I live next to a huge.
I don't care what. Again, we don't. Going to war requires boots on the ground.
Never be
Speaking, tell me he's wrong. That's fallacious. You need boots on the ground to go to war. That's fallacious. You need boots on the ground to go to war. You need humans. You need humans, you stupid fuck.
Yeah. First off, that would be fallacious to say that you have to have boots on the ground. But Avarice, you saying you haven't been to war is also a fallacious argument.
What my fallacious? They don't know what it's like to. They don't know what it's like to send lives over. They're going over there to send live. They want to send lives there, but they don't even know what it's like.
I don't know what it's like. Listen, Avarice, let me give you an example. I don't know what it's like to rape a woman, but I can still tell you it's wrong.
But again, then they should say that war is wrong, right? War is wrong. Then if they're not considering the lives, they're not considering American lives.
I don't think that's what's going on.
For the military. Why did you agree to go to war for the American military, Avarice, right, and fight in Afghanistan if war is wrong?
Why did I fight a war in Iraq or Afghanistan?
If war was wrong,
didn't you?
Why? Because I was a young child that didn't know what I was doing.
And whose fault was that?
School.
The education system?
Yep.
I wanted to join the Marines. My dad said,
and my parents.
I better die over there.
I wanted to join the Girl Scouts, but they wouldn't let us.
I wasn't educated properly on how ethics work at that point, and how our government operates. Because if I had it my way, then I would have gone and been a lawyer and changed all these laws.
The reason why we
you couldn't imagine you in a courtroom, right? Okay, shouting and bawling like that.
Again, you guys are sitting here talking about why we should go to war, right? But
there's no war.
Boots on the ground. But put boots on the ground.
There's no boots on the ground.
Giving us no good reason why we're the only country that should be fighting a war.
Yeah, so when you sign up for the military, you are signing up with your life. That is a contract. You're signing with your own blood.
So why isn't Britain joining us? Why isn't Ireland joining us? Why isn't Spain joining us? Why isn't Germany joining us? Why isn't NATO joining us?
To sit here,
why isn't NATO fighting with us, Teriak?
To sit here and say war is always wrong.
Why
justified
isn't NATO?
Wars.
If this is justified, why isn't NATO fighting with us?
I'm speaking now. Okay, so
I'm speaking now.
To sit here and say
tell me why NATO's not helping us.
Wars. To say
why is NATO not helping us?
Is to say the Crusades were not justified.
Why is NATO not helping us?
To say that if Russia had attacked America and put troops on ground in America, that would be unjustified to fight that war.
Why is NATO not helping us?
You have a childlike mentality where war is always wrong.
Why is NATO not helping us?
Hang on. Wait a minute. Teriyak just said something. Avarice, let me say something. You just said if Russia attacked the United States, and then you said something else. You want to know how many of our allies would come to the aid?
Yeah,
of
I
the
stopped
United
talking.
States?
It's called $100. Pay it. I'll go right to the back.
Yeah, you know
Who's
how
our allies?
name see,
the
we don't have
ally.
any allies. No one would come to the United States and help us
Hang
fight.
on, Feminist in Love.
Yeah, that's
hang on.
not
I would gladly.
Prem. One sec, Bricky. Let me clarify. Let me clarify the point, Bricky. Right. Let me clarify the point. Prem. What Average just sat in here and said is that war is always wrong.
No,
Meaning that if Russia attacked America and put troops on ground in America,
that's not what
I
I'm
would say
saying.
we
That's
should
not
not
what
fight
I'm
this
saying.
war.
You're being fallacious. If America was attacked on our soil, on our home turf, then we're going.
That
to
would be
war.
a justified war. So
Yeah,
war can be justified.
Nobody would come and help us either. None of you countries in Europe.
Again, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say that our American soldiers should not go to war. Is not justified to send our soldiers to a war that doesn't involve doesn't have any major gain for our country. We ought to be
solving the US
focused
national
in.
debt. Is
Hold
that
on.
a major gain?
Again, that's not solving the national debt. Prove it. Prove it.
Yeah, because Trump has been saying that you won't even have to pay income tax.
Prove it. Prove it.
Why is Trump saying you don't have to pay income tax?
Prove it. You said it's going to solve it. Prove it.
You see the number above my head?
No, you said Trump said. Trump says a lot of things. We're going to own Greenland. Apparently,
we don't trust the
Trump
president,
says a lot of things. I don't trust. You're right. I don't trust the president. You're right.
Yeah, because you're an American.
You're right. I don't trust the president. But here's the
you're an
thing.
American.
Again, no, that's not because I'm an American. Because I just don't trust the president.
American.
I vote. That makes me American.
On the
I
one
make
dude
my
that had your
decisions. I'm
back
American.
12
I'm
years ago
vocal.
when he
I
went
make
down the
American.
escalator.
I own my guns, and I'll defend this country. And I have defended this country. But you won't even defend your own country. No, what you're saying is that we should go to war. I think we should come back into being isolationists and fix our own country
and wait
before we go to
for the
war.
Muslims to surround you. Yeah,
agreed. Real quick, we got $2 from Leah Bobia. Said, "Come on, y'all, show Speak how much we love him." Thank you, Leah. We got Spartacus said for Spartarus for $5. Thank you very much. Fuck your button for 5 said, "Not my proudest moment in seeking 2 dicks and finding none, but here we are." All right, fuck it button. Thank you. Spartacus said, "Late tax fuckers." Thank you, Spartacus. Hank Panther for $2 said, "I second that late tax. Been cooking chicken all night." Ooh, I hope you enjoyed your chicken. And name change Avarice to pacifist. It's not name change night, motherfucker. What are you doing?
And just to clarify, if I was King of Ireland, I would have troops over there, witches.
Again,
your whole thing of you weren't in the military, you wouldn't send troops. I would if I had control over Ireland.
But here's the thing: you don't know what war is like. You have no idea. You're sitting there saying America needs to go over there when when NATO isn't even joining us. So why should we go fight a war when our allies aren't even joining us?
You see the way you're just spinning out of control here, Avarice, now, because now you're saying that like yous wouldn't commit, and it's like if I had the authority to, I would send them. So
I got a question. In Iraq, I got a question.
All your counterpoints
in Iraq, did
no
NATO
merits.
join us? In Iraq, did NATO join us? Yes or no?
Who cares?
Yes. All right.
Britain
so why are they joining? Why are they joining us now? Why are they joining us now?
I think what happens here, though, I think we're skipping something. Let me just ask Teriyak, if it was your decision, would they all be helping
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We don't need
the rape has increased by 10x in Britain. It's like something like 6x in France and like double in Germany now.
Do you think there's going to be less?
So in terms of this mentality, in terms of this mentality of ceding ground to the Islamists, of ceding grounds to all these kind of stuff, and say let's just try to do diplomacy and all this kind of shit.
Again,
this is how Europe has fallen.
Our home turf is not.
See the way they're
our home
talking.
turf.
See the way they don't want to hear me.
Because nobody's hearing when everyone's talking at the same time, right? Go ahead, Casey. You had a question for Terry.
When we invaded, when we bombed Lebanon and we bombed Syria, were there more or less Muslims in Europe after that? More or less, Teriyak. Answer a fucking question.
Yeah, we could say more. It's irrelevant to the point I'm making.
Oh,
the reason why you have such mass immigration is because the leaders of the European Union of all the European countries just open their fucking borders up to this.
Yeah, it's not.
Like
gonna-
Joe
I'm sorry to
Biden-
interrupt
Joe Biden
again,
did.
but we got another super chat. Crimea River said for $5. Av, you need to hear this from another combat vet. Your argument is the same as you can't talk about abortion because you're not a woman.
That's
You're
not what I'm.
100%
Again,
on
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that.
But
what I'm
wait,
saying
Chris,
is
he
that
also followed up with you're 100% on NATO, just in case you didn't hear
that's
that part.
I know that's what I'm trying to say is they don't know about war doctrine. That when they send bodies off, they're
Matt,
sending
so I
our
agree
people.
with you
We have
on
more
that.
people here, and no
You're
one
being
else is
emotional.
fighting this war. When we go to war, like in
Israelis.
Afghanistan, in Iraq,
This is fair.
we had all of our allies with us. Here,
Well,
everyone
all right.
says it's unjust. Why should we fight a war alone? This is
Make
what I've been saying
yourself
this whole
look good.
time. We
Yes,
should come
I
back
can
and be
explain that if you let me
isolationists.
speak. If you let me speak, I can explain that. What has happened is the Europe has bent the knee to Islam, and this is why there's such a stark difference. Because in
Again,
Iraq, America,
I'm not Europe.
in
I don't
Iraq,
care about Europe.
in
You guys
Iraq,
better get
so
rid
then
of
don't
why
care
are
about
you,
Europe.
why are you
One
talking
second,
about
one
NATO?
second, guys.
Should've
1
been
second
over.
here.
Because
we're
I don't
just
want to fight a
talking-
war
I think you guys
outside of
are-
Europe.
Yeah, you don't
I
want to
think
fight
you
war
two
because
are
you're a
talking
pussy.
past each other. a
Yeah,
little bit
look who's
here,
talking.
because-
Didn't join the military,
One
pussy.
second. I think you guys are talking a little bit past each other because Avarice is saying, why should America have to go do this alone? Why isn't everyone stepping in to help here? And Teriak is saying America's the last hope because all these other governments have stepped down like bitches.
That's
He's
not
saying
true.
if it was his choice, all these other soldiers would be helping as well. But it's not.
I
his
hear you,
choice.
but it's not his choice. But again, we don't have these choices. So why should we, as America, fight
Shouldn't you care
when
about
his
the
people, his
Average,
own people, aren't making the votes to help turn the tides to help us? Not even his
Average,
own people
chill the
are
fuck
helping
out.
us. Not even the white people on his side are helping us. The white French bitches are getting out protesting against us in France.
Exactly.
Right,
Like, shouldn't
So
we
why
be ending
why
the
should
thing
we fight this?
here
No, we go
rather
now.
than
We come back
help?
in.
Yeah,
Let's take
so
it
can I
inward.
explain?
Let's go back to being isolationists and protect our own land.
Yes.
Protect
And
America.
guess what, Avarice? And guess what,
like
Avarice?
that.
Guess what? Britain had the exact same mentality after the Iraq
No,
War.
they didn't.
We're just
No,
going to isolate,
didn't.
and we're just
No, they
going to
didn't.
focus on
No, they didn't.
ourselves.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't
Okay,
isolate.
so
They
you're
mass
not even listening to
immigrated.
the
That's not
answer.
isolating.
You're not going to listen to the answer then. Okay, so Britain had the exact same mentality. Europe had the exact same mentality, whereas we're just going to focus on ourselves and we're just going to ignore the threat of
That's not
Islam.
true.
And
That's
what
not true.
happened? They infiltrated,
That's
and
not
now
true.
when the time's
Listen,
up,
you're mistaken.
they're
I think
all
that we
saying
should
that they're
be-
not going
I
to
think
commit
that-
troops.
I think that we should be fighting a different war right here in our hometown in Dearborn and things like that. I think that those are more important for Americans right now than going and fighting Iran. We should go to Dearborn. We should go into Texas. We should go into those places that have an influx of our non-American neighborhoods and go clear those out before we start clearing out other fucking
Literally
nations.
just contradicted yourself.
No, he didn't. He's right.
Real quick, Joseph comes in for 5 to make this more fair. T, would you send your country? Well, no, wait. To make it more fair, you would have to say
nobody's
if
sending-
Ireland was the superpower of the world,
Yep.
would you send that country to fight alone?
50-second state.
yep.
If we're gonna make it fair, right? Like if you that's what you're trying to do, Joseph. I do see what you're doing here, but you would have to equal it, right? Because there's no way fucking Ireland is anywhere compared to the military of the
Not
US.
close.
Right? So
Not
like
Exactly.
close.
you would have to say if Ireland had the power that the American military has, would you send Ireland alone to fight this war?
Avarice,
yeah.
do you really believe that everybody died in vain? All those people that you served with? And now, I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but I mean,
Died in
shouldn't
vain.
we
None of
end
my
this, right?
friends died in vain. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, that's why we need to end this Iran shit, right?
Again, how are we going to fight a war in Iran when we're losing our own soil? This is the part you're not seeming to understand,
soil
you
have we
stupid
lost?
fuck. Dearborn,
What soil
Michigan,
have we
completely lost.
We have.
what?
So-
we've been in-
Oh,
Quick,
you roll your eyes. I
Terry,
caught you on one of
question
you.
for
Roll your
you.
fucking eyes. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Question for Teriak and I guess anyone else who's the pro side of this. Do you consider it a moral ought for the U.S. to do this because they are the ones that is a superpower that can handle it? Is that your position?
You
Daniel,
said
you're
protectors of the free
echoing,
world. If you
Sorry,
no
I didn't hear
longer
that,
want to be
Terry.
called the protector of the free world, then I guess you do Avarice's tactic and just become a bunch of pussies
China's a
and
superpower.
isolate.
Well, no,
They're
but
not
that
Islam. Why aren't they fighting? Why aren't they fighting
would you say
Hold
Iran?
up,
it's a
boys.
moral
One at a
ought?
time. One at a time. So we can hear
Yes,
you.
Would
it
you
is
say it's a-
justified. This war is justified.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Is it a
Morally
moral
justified.
ought? Is it a moral ought for the
Yes.
U.S. to do this? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Holy shit! Like,
Oh
I've
shit!
like,
Real
you-
quick, I just noticed. We are 5 minutes past 1. Chat. That means you guys did not make it to the 300 to open up a hot seat. All right,
That's
but listen,
Avarice's
as a man of second chances, okay. What I'm gonna do is, all right, if there's somebody who really wants that hot seat bad and just wants to put in the rest for the 300, let me see, what are we at here? We're at 131. All right, what I'm gonna do
One
is
was enough.
wait, where am I again here?
Thank
Put
you.
myself back here. What I'm gonna do here is, what happened? Why did that do that? What the fuck? Oh, okay.
Obviously, I
I
love
must
you,
have hit
bro.
the minimize
Obviously,
thing
I
by
love you,
accident.
don't you?
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a 5-minute timer up, and that's it. All right. At the end of the 5 minutes, if we don't hit 300, we're gonna wrap up the show. All right, just so everyone knows in the chat.
Okay,
If you
I'll
wanna
bow
seat,
out and
pump it
say
in.
I have sports brand.
I have
Thank you very
I have a
much.
follow-up
I walked
question, though.
right down the streets of Dearborn.
Teriak, since you said it's a moral ought, under what criteria are you saying it's a moral ought? Like, where do you get this from? Is it just because the U.S. is the dominant
Because
superpower?
I've
and
seen
can do
what's
it?
happened to Europe by bending the knee to Islam. Islam will not stop until they conquer the whole fucking globe. And also,
Right,
by the
but
way, all the
consider-
mentions of
consider
Ireland.
you're
One sec,
talking-
Mo. One
Consider
sec,
you're
Mo.
talking to the US, right?
One sec.
Why-
All
and
the
you're
questions.
trying to convince
all the
them
questions
why
about
is it?
Ireland.
Why are they morally
Yeah,
obligated
all the
to
questions and the ad homs against Ireland and me being Irish. In World
I'm
War
not
One,
doing
we
that.
were neutral. And we were bombed by the British. In World War II, we were neutral and we were bombed by the Germans. So this whole thing of like
Right.
Ireland never gets affected on this kind of shit is complete horseshit. Read your history books, gentlemen.
Okay. That aside, now pretend you're talking to the U.S. population and you're saying you are morally obligated to do this. What reason would you give?
Well, I
Yes,
went
okay,
down there,
so-
sports brand for.
Ask me a question and then Avra starts talking.
Well, I'm dealing with sports brand
Band-Aid
here. I
off.
went down there for a protest. It was pretty contentious. When I
Hey,
went to
don't
Dearborn.
debate the fucking chat, Avarice. Come on,
My
bro. What are you
bad. But they
doing,
said I
bro?
was
What
there.
are
I
you
went there
doing?
for a
Go on,
protest.
Debate them in the chat,
Yeah.
not up
So
here.
do
What
you,
are
do you see?
doing?
Do you see the way you've done all this appeasement
Sport
during
brand,
Obama
what
and
the
all this
fuck?
kind of shit? And you were like,
Uh-huh.
oh no, we'll just give them more
Obama.
money. We'll just give them more shit, and then eventually they'll just ignore us and all this kind of shit, despite the fact they say that they want to wipe us off the face of Earth and they're death to America, all this kind of shit. What happens when they actually build the nukes? What are you going to do
Okay,
then?
so you're appealing to, so you're talking to the U.S. You're like, okay, you're the only ones that can really do this. You guys are the big stick.
Use are the super.
We don't want them
yes.
we don't want them to have the nukes. This means you're morally obligated. Is that what you're saying?
That, and as well as, why do you think all your college students are coming out of college waving a Palestinian flag and saying burning the American flag?
I don't know. Burning their own
Like, where did that come out of? Was that just some random broad idea by like a college student, or was that actually the Iranian proxies?
They've been
and
oppressed
the
for the
funding from
last
Iran?
75 years, so it's easy to be on their side.
Well, I don't know about that, but
Wait, the Islamists
So-
in Iran were oppressed for 47 years?
No, you said Palestinian
Under
flags
an
because
Islamic
they're
regime?
waving Palestinian flags.
Yes, in your own colleges.
Palestinians don't have any human rights. They don't vote. They don't do anything. They can't do anything, right?
That's
why-
one
that's why
sec. Casey, on October 7th, were those freedom fighters?
Those would be terrorists. That was an act of terrorism.
Oh, okay. See the way you have to
It
think about that
was.
one to make sure.
Way
Yeah,
to ignore
exactly. You're a
the
piece of
point
shit.
that I made.
You're a piece of shit, Casey.
No, he
No,
always,
Casey,
he always
Why-
just
why-
diverts the
why-
point.
man that masquerades as a woman.
The terrorist government. You reap what you sow.
If we're the last bastion of war, right? Why aren't all the other countries, like the Christian countries, left banding together to help us, Tyriak? Like Brazil.
I can
and-
explain this to you, but you just refuse to listen.
Because
Okay.
they can't.
Why
We're the
can't they?
best.
Bent the knee to Islam. This is why you have mayors,
Brazil
like all
did?
these, like the London mayor
Brazil
is
did?
Islamic.
I said Brazil. I said why the
my
Christian nation?
God.
Why isn't Brazil has a wonderful military? Why can't they help us? Why can't Brazil help us?
What?
Yeah, Brazil has a fantastic special forces. Why can't they help us? Why can't we use their special forces?
Are the SES not helping in this war?
Why can't we use
we don't need
Brazil?
SES not helping.
We don't need them.
Well,
We
let me ask
don't.
another question. If it's such a big problem, why aren't other countries so like why do they not think it's such a big deal?
Are the SES not helping in
Because
this war?
the Europeans have already bent the knee to Islamists. I keep
What?
saying this, but you keep bringing up random fucking countries. What about Uganda? Why isn't Uganda sending troops?
Well, Brazil has a good military. That's why I'm asking why is Brazil there? Or Japan or China? Why aren't any of these places helping us? Why isn't Russia helping us? Orthodox capital.
Because you're currently fighting a proxy war with Russia.
Why
in
should
Europe,
they
by the
help
way.
us?
Thanks for
Well,
that.
again.
And remember, I didn't take any of that out on any Americans. I never once put. I never once put the decision of Joe Biden on the doorstep of Americans. But you've done the same thing to me as an Irishman. I just want that to be noted.
We're fighting Islam. So why are they not helping us fight Islam? The Muslims. Why are they not helping us fight the Muslims?
Because they're pussies.
Russia's pussies right now. You heard that?
Am I wrong?
It is true.
They've been fighting a war for 10 years now, and they're fucking pussies.
Yeah,
Oh,
do you think we would be? If we wanted to end it, do you think we would be?
Question for you: Why would Russia do that?
You were in the corner.
What would be the incentive for Russia to do that?
Oh my God! Go ahead, call Russia. Go ahead, call Russia pussies again. Our like number one adversary. Go ahead, call them pussies.
Average, why would Russia do that? What would be the incentive for them?
Why would we do
to
it?
stop Muslims in Islam? The spread of Muslims in Islam. Apparently, it's out of control. It's so bad that America. This is Speakeasy said this. America's the last bastion. Steel Manning Teriak. That America is the last bastion left. There's no one left. Just America.
And
why isn't Russia helping us? Why isn't China helping us? Why isn't Brazil helping us? Why isn't anybody that's still not Muslim helping us?
What the fuck part of that do you not understand? We don't need them.
Aren't they enemies though?
But this is against Muslims. We're against Muslims here. Right now, the enemy of the enemy is my friend. No.
Yeah.
But listen, here, Speakeasy.
Russia was getting their drones from Iran until recently.
In the guise, hold on, Speakeasy. But here, listen. In the guise of the war against Muslims, right? The enemy of the enemy is my friend here, right? But Russia would be my friend because we're fighting Muslims.
Sure there's a lot of Russian Muslims, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
It's primarily Christian.
What about Russian Orthodox?
Do we have the monopoly of force in America?
No, we don't.
Fucking what?
No, we don't have the monopoly of force. We have a great military with a seven fleet navy, biggest fleet, doubles, triples, everything. But a monopoly on force, no. Then we wouldn't have something called mutual destruction, and we'd be able to say whatever we wanted wherever. No, we don't have. If we had absolute monopoly on force as America, we could push any country however we wanted to, including Iran.
You're fucking.
You won my argument because other countries fight us. We don't have absolute monopoly.
Yeah. So Avarice's argument is why aren't the BRICS nations helping America? That's
because you don't need them.
Ken.
Why isn't my enemy helping me? Yeah. Listen, guys. Real quick.
If we had an absolute monopoly, then why are there countries that are fighting us? If we had an absolute monopoly on force,
are they fighting us?
Yes, Iran is fighting us.
On our soil?
You're so
No, answer the question.
Then we don't need to go to war. No one's fighting us. There's no reason for us to go to war. There we
All
go.
Right, real quick.
There we go. Darcy just conceded. No reason to go to war.
We are one second. We are well past the time now. Also, I was going to say, I just finished this up too, what I was doing in the background. Look, even this, like this character came out pretty good already on its own, right? And then look at the updated guy. Boom. Just adds more oomph to it. You know what I'm
Alvis is ready to go to war in that picture there.
Even like the rings look better. The fucking everything just looks more fire. But yeah, the updated characters are looking great. They're looking great. Spartacus wanted to say you suck, chat. You didn't make it, chat. And Joseph with 5 just showing support. Thank you very much. But we're gonna be wrapping up the show here. So first of all, Casey, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me on Casey Lee IRL on Twitch, on YouTube. I do videos. Sometimes I'm gonna release one upcoming about the OpenAI killing the whistleblower conspiracy. I also develop something called Ask Satan AIs on Twitch and Kick, and that's my projects.
All right. So make
Yes,
sure, and you can find the description for the Twitch in the link to the live, or the link in the description to the live. I meant to say, said that backwards. But yeah, if anyone does anyone else have anything else they want to shout out or anything before we wrap this up?
I have a couple debates coming up. So I got an abortion debate coming up. It looks like it's gonna be the May 14th. And then I have a debate tomorrow too. So check out the channel. More rebuttal. You'll find me here on the Speakeasy channel as well, doing debates. So yeah. Appreciate you having me up. It was fun to listen to everybody's opinion and ask my own questions because once again, this is not necessarily my wheelhouse. So it's good to kind of have the discussion.
Word. Anyone else?
I have a big steamy shit about to come out right in a couple hours because that's what my time scale's on, right? Okay, so just to let everybody know, I will be taking a dump very soon, right? That's my input to this.
Glad I know that now.
Right, he's all put to rest now for that.
Thank you.
You can find me alone on the other side of a teeter-totter because Speakeasy never decides to call. So I just have
I know. I have like 3 fucking phone calls that are like super important for me to make, and I keep fucking my day
making those ones instead.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. It's just you sitting there alone.
It happens every time.
Alone on the teeter-totter, waiting
Black
for
and white.
Speakeasy to sit on the other side.
Sad music plays.
That's the Avris I like. See that funny laughing shit that's what I love about Avris.
I started bringing the umbrella.
The umbrella.
Yeah, the rain started coming down.
All right, take care, everybody. God bless. I'll see y'all next time.
I gotta get these calls in. I do. I really
easy.
Do.
Everything looks great, by the way. I'm loving the new stuff. So take care. Take care, guys.
Yeah, good night, everyone.
Awesome.
Let everybody.
I hope
Thanks for having me.
nobody takes my bullshit personally. I respect everybody up there, you know.
Good night and God bless you all.
And just real quick, Bricky, before you go.
What?
Bricky, do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
Yeah, it's this.
I did not think you would do that.
The Bricky followed suit. All right. Anyone else have something they want to shout out or anything?
Well, I do want to thank you, Speak, for coming on the panel purge.
No
last
problem.
night.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
For sure. It was awesome. But also,
the Irish goodbye. I got you. You got anything for us, Pseudo? Nothing. Oh, no. Gone like the fucking wind. Gone like the fucking wind. Listen, you guys are absolutely amazing, right? You left the Dono Bar a little lonely tonight, but we've been smashing the fuck out of it for fucking, I think, like weeks in a row now. So, I forgive you. I'm just kidding. I appreciate every single dollar. You guys are absolutely amazing. I can't thank you guys enough, honestly. Can't Can't thank you guys enough. So what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, I think I'm going to be doing just a chaos and chill stream tomorrow because I'm setting up the background tomorrow. I have my photos. I have a few more photos that are getting made, but I have, the most of the photos that my start up here. I'm going to be building a shelf to be on one of the sides there. Maybe I'm going to go buy some things that I have some shit that I'm already going to put in the shelf, but maybe buy some cool shit to put in the shelf too. But yeah, I think it's time to up the studio. Get rid of the green screen. You know what I mean? What else did I what else did we have this week? That's it, right? Holy, it's fucking Wednesday already, huh? Yeah, no NOR prep is next week. NOR prep is next week. Friday, obviously. Oh yeah, go vote. I need you guys to go vote. That's what I needed to tell you guys. Hold up, give me a second. Let me get over here. So there's 2 votes you got to go do. Okay, first off is we're pushing the verbal combat start time. Okay, and the most votes doesn't necessarily mean that's what we're gonna go with, but it's gonna be one of these 2 times. I'm just trying to get a feel of where everybody's at here. But we're gonna push the start time of verbal combat a little earlier because we run so late some of these days, and it's getting so much more popular that this is gonna probably happen more often. So yeah, earlier start time will probably be a better idea. But also, if you go look at my posts, you gotta vote for this week's topic genre. So we have it's between philosophy, societal stereotypes, education, and then laws and policies. So whatever you want to hear debated this week, go, or if you're one of the fighters and want to participate in one of those topics, go and put your vote in there too, because at 5 p.m. Eastern time Friday, the votes are done. So make sure you get that. And we're like 90. What are we at? Like 91 subs. We're at 91 subs away from 10K. So get those subs in, guys. Get those subs in. Shit. There was something this is what happens every time. I always remember it after. Oh yeah, we already got a debate scheduled for next week with First Amender and Kung Fu Joe. It's gonna be is evolution real? So that should be dope. Yeah. I don't think I have anything else to announce here. Oh, Teriak, are you streaming? Make sure Teriak's streaming. Yeah, that's what I'm sending you guys. I gotta go set that up. Hold up. Yeah, guys, I would have went a little longer, but I got so much to do tomorrow. And I don't want to just like wake up and go do it all and then do the stream instantly. I want to have some time. Of course, it's not popping up here. I gotta search it up. Teriak. Oh, he's doing a Wheel of Madness show. So it's an open panel. Everyone can get on. It's different debate topics. You can spin the wheel for $10 and make the panel debate something else. So yeah, it's a really good interactive show. You guys should go and have fun with that one. Go ahead and have fun with that. Actually, you know what? Maybe Thursday, that's what I'll do. I'll get Teriak to start a little earlier. We'll do a Wheel of Madness with Teriak so you guys can see what it's all about, and I'll stream it here too. But you should go there still anyways. Right now. I'm going to send you guys over there. If the mods, any of the mods want to go ahead and share the live stream for anyone who doesn't get rated over so they can just click on it and go over to his stream. Appreciate that big time. Yeah, this is it. Did I miss anything over here? Pseudo said, take my money. Fuck it button for 5 said bacon. Rocky Shepherd with a super sticker. Legend. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why this fucking StreamYard doesn't tell me what the super stickers say. It should. What's it say? Let me go over to the studio. Because I know they have like little like things that they say. This one says, keep it up. It's got the pair rocking them weights. You know what I'm saying? Rocking them weights. Teriak, send me. Is Teriak watching right now? Tell him to send me the StreamYard link so I can put it in the back for. I think I see Rocky just popped up there. So let me put the StreamYard link in the back so Rocky can head over to your show, right to the StreamYard. Is he here or is he already on his streaming? Here, let me just message him quick. I'll get it. He gone. Yeah, I'll get it. I'll just message him quick, tell him to send me it so I can put it in the back for Rocky there. Hey, there it is. There it is. Here you go, Rocky. Teriak's got the panel open. I would have brought you up. I didn't see you there, but we're shutting this one down. But we're gonna be doing just an open panel tomorrow, so come back tomorrow too. But here. Boom. There's the link. So you can get right on the panel. And thank you for coming. And chat, like I said, and like I always say, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. I love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And oh wait, this I gotta switch. I gotta switch my stage because this stage doesn't have my outro. Oh, and it made me little again. There we go. And for now,
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?